Good evening. The time now is 6:38 p.m. This is a call to order for the Bridgeport Board of Education regular board meeting. Today's date is February 26, 2024. Welcome to Fairchild Willis Campus Black Box Auditorium. So the first item, call to order, we already did that. The next thing on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. All rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda is roll call. Ms. Perez.
Sunny Levine. Present. Christine Baptiste Perez.
Present.
Albert Benjamin.
Present.
Lakeisha Casimir.
Present.
Willie Medina.
Present.
Jennifer Perez is present. Joseph Holloway. Robert Traver.
Here.
Andre Woodford.
Okay, everyone is here. The next item on the agenda is our student representative report. We have 4 students here in person and 1 online. Now, don't everyone raise your hands at the same time. We have a volunteer that wants to go first. Okay, we have our representative from Central High School.
Good evening, I'm Rebecca Almeida. I'm a senior and I'm here to represent Central Magnet High School. So Central's chapter of the National Honor Society is having a blood drive on Thursday. We've been hosting blood drives in partnership with the Red Cross for multiple years now, and we host these blood drives every 3 months. They're a great opportunity for students to volunteer and help out, but also to give blood. Last week we had a Spirit Week to celebrate Black History Month, so there's some positive things. And then the issue that we're kind of facing right now and that continues to persist is bathroom cleanliness at Central. It's like partially the students' fault and it's also on the staff. There's just like lots of like food constantly in the bathroom, people drawing with Sharpies on the walls, waste, just like lots of like uncleanliness. And so that's like an issue that has to be resolved. I don't know how frequently the bathrooms get cleaned, so I can't give you a statistic or tell you if they're not being cleaned frequently enough. But it's something that bothers me as well as many other students and that people have complained about. So I think that should be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next representative, going down the line, is our student rep from Hardin High School. Just press the mic. Yeah, press the button. Oh.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Perez, and I am a senior from Warren Hardin High School. First off, I would like to thank everyone for joining us here this evening as we come together for this meeting. As one of the representatives from Warren Hardin High School, I would like to point out 2 main issues that our students are having at the school. One of them is bathrooms. The students are concerned because bathrooms are being closed, they're being crowded, and the growth is being limited. By this, I mean that bathrooms are closed and students aren't able to use the bathroom when they would like to. This is an issue for students because they believe that this may bring out health issues, and those students do understand that it might be for safety reasons that bathrooms are being closed. They would still like to see a change. Another issue is transportation. Students have trouble going back and forth from school, and as we find ourselves in the winter season, it is difficult for them to get to school and go back home when it's really cool outside. Though the spring season will come, the summer will also come with that, and it is difficult for them to go back and forth if it's really hot because it can also bring other issues to their health. Now, about our school, the health magnet um, did a heart health fair where they did presentations talking about lifestyle and how to maintain their health. Now, as we also find ourselves in the Black History Month, some of the things that were done last week was a Spirit Week where students and staff were able to dress down. This may be seen in the school's page. Also, a Jamaican Heritage Day event was held where the culture and aspects of the country were covered. I would also like to congratulate the boys basketball team for winning Friday against Amistad. And for that, they will be going to the state tournament. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, my name is Simon Alvin, a student representative for Bridgeport Regional Baptist-Mill Aquaculture School. As far as the semester, everything is going great, as I would say. Over the weekend, aquaculture students had a strong showing at Connecticut Junior Science and Humanities Synthesis, also known as JSHS. Color Hawk, a senior, came in third place, and Cole Gallup, another senior, came in strong, placing first. As that, they have been invited to the national finals in Albuquerque, New Mexico in May. Our spring recruitment open house is scheduled for Wednesday, March 13th from 2:30 to 4:30. And we have over 40 families already registered for this event. Applications come in, enroll in, and being proceed as they do. We are to say we have sent over 100 application letters for our upcoming freshman class. We appreciate the continued support from the Central Office and Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, we're going back. Okay.
Okay, hi, my name is Gabrielle Maggie, and I'm a representative for Bridgeport Military Academy. I just want to thank you guys for having me here. I want to talk about Bridgeport Military Academy. The good thing about our school is that the principal we have at this moment is doing a good job in implementing uniforms. He's giving good consequences for kids who are not following that. He's changing the bell systems in our school. We have brighter lights in our school, which is great. Things are going really smoothly. One thing I would want to discuss is the bathrooms for a fact is really bad. It's not very clean. I don't know if they clean the bathrooms very frequently, but it's not clean at all. It's very dirty, has a smell sometimes. Also want to address school lunch. It's very bad. I feel like for our big age, we shouldn't be eating 2 chicken nuggets and like 3 fries. That's unacceptable. Especially for kids who come to school looking for something to eat, especially if they have nothing at home. It's really bad. They have to come to school and they barely get enough what they need in their systems for the day. And if we have free lunches from the state, I feel like it should be more, especially if we can't order food to school, because when we order food from outside of school, it's a big meal we get for a reasonable price. So if we have food for free, it should be the same amount. That's really it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was like, I lost Gabrielle online, but you came here in person, and you look very sharp, young lady. And then we're gonna go on to our next student rep.
Good evening. My name is Angeline, and I'm a representative for the bio school here at Fairchild Wheeler. If I were to sum up our past months at our school, I would unfortunately have to say it has been pretty regular and not very busy. Everything has been very like business as usual, especially because we had that winter recess, we had the snow days, and we had a lot of half days recently. So everything has been pretty much going smoothly, which is like a plus. But I guess a little downside because not a lot is going on. But There has been an award ceremony recently, and here we awarded our students who got first honors and second honors as well. We gave out individual teacher awards, and then here we also recognize those who won our school science fair. And now, speaking about science fair, our school just won an award for having the most student winners at the district level science fair this year, and I being among one of them. I feel like this award is very important because not only is it a great achievement for our school to gain, but it also exemplifies the potential our students have and what we can do and where we can go, and just we could create like more than in the classroom. Moving on, we also have a Black History Month event this Thursday. It's going to be a day filled with different festivities all day long, and I have taken notice that some students feel a little bit dissatisfied, I believe, with the campus's choice of having like one day dedicated at the end of the month rather than having multiple activities throughout the month. But despite that, this day is something to look forward to. It's going to be very fun, very educational, and it's a great opportunity for the students, for the teachers, and just the campus overall to learn a lot and enjoy a lot. So like I said, our February hasn't been the most activity-centric, but we have a lot planned for the next month, and we'll be very excited to share the details with that the next time we speak. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could just give a round of applause, to the award. And I really, as board chair, I want to encourage our student reps to speak. So Gabrielle from, I forgot the school already. Oh, BMA, just have one more comment. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I cut you and myself off. I'm still learning this mic system, so here you go.
Okay, I also wanted to talk about field trips for high school students. I feel like it's not okay that we just go to school and come home. We don't really have the exposure to different stuff outside of Bridgeport. And I feel like if the students, especially kids from freshman year, get the opportunity to visit other schools, colleges, and have that open mind, it would be better for them to really, decipher what they want to do. Because some kids, they don't know about trade schools, they don't know about community colleges. And the fact that it's just school and home and there's no trips outside of the school, it like hinders them from knowing and being able to be, basically being known to know everything. I say the other thing is the first and second semester problems. For example, me, I have AP History in the fall, and I have the AP exam in April, and I feel like it kind of hinders me from remembering a lot of stuff, especially when you have other classes to focus on, because I'm not going to remember like all the stuff that I learned in the fall time. So having the AP exam in the spring is kind of like really hard for me because I have to go back into my work, study everything I've learned, and try to get the best grade I can from 6 months time. So it's really hard. I feel like high school kids should have more internship opportunities because especially for me, because I want to go into business when I graduate high school, and I don't have any business classes, I don't have any college classes I could take, so when I go to college, I can have like credits, so I feel like we should definitely implement those in school, and definitely other career opportunities for students, because being able to tap into what they want to do now, they can be able to change their mind and be like, maybe this is not for me, I can do something else. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. No, you don't. So, Mr. Sokolovic, we treat this similar to the public comment. This is a meeting in public, not with the public. And so if you have any questions for our student rep, you're out of order, and the answer is no. The next item on the agenda is public comment. We have first Leslie Caraballo. If you can come up to the microphone. Each member of the public wishing to speak may address the board at a regular meeting for a total of 2 minutes on any item or items on the agenda. Okay? So just keep it limited to the agenda. Who has the clock? Olivia, okay. Let us know when, test your mic so I'll make sure you're on. I think you're on. Yes, good.
Okay. Good evening, Bridgeport, Connecticut, and board members, as well as superintendent. My name is Leslie Caraballo, concerned parent in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm here to remind you the obvious because it seems as though the obvious truly does not matter to some of the ones who uphold these seats currently. Bridgeport has a current population of 147,989. As of 3 days ago, according to the Washington Post, there are slightly more than 81,000 registered voters in Bridgeport, about 60% of them Democrats, 7% Republicans, and 32% not registered with any party. Why is this relevant, Leslie? Well, good question that you were thinking in your head but don't dare to ask out loud. It means without us, you are nothing to the community and you wouldn't be in the seats currently, unless you were seated by the corrupted administration or trusted by us through your lives to only discover once you got in to go against every single thing you said you would do. We have a finance committee who just unanimously voted in more than $2 million contracts with Relay in Hanover recently, and there is no school budget intact. Then we scratch our heads and wonder why they are wasting money before knowing what the budget is. Would you rather fund the teachers and paraprofessionals with credentials to educate our kids and provide them with a level of excellence, or allow them to lose their jobs because it sounds better to contract with Relay and others who don't have the credentials to give our kids the best education? In fact, no need to answer because the actions of those who voted to do just that spoke volumes. While this is not serious to some, understand the youth's future should not be played with. I'll end by turning my back on you guys, something you're familiar with when it comes to serious matters.
They take care of that.
The next person we have up is Ann Trespasso.
Hi, I'm Ann Trespasso, a very recently retired Bridgeport English teacher. Tonight, as I come before the superintendent, the Board of Education, and the community, I want to emphasize the wisdom of Proverbs. Those traditional sayings that express a well-known truth. Proverbs offer a distilled essence of a people's values and knowledge. They are memorable not only because they are so brief, but also because, like poetry, they compress sometimes complicated ideas into a few thoughtfully crafted words. At the moment, the most relevant proverb is the caution to not put the cart before the horse. Most simply, do not vote for contracts before the budgetary needs for 2024 to 2025 are known. The board is being asked to make a decision in the dark without sufficient context. Do not put the cart before the horse. After the board voted down the contract with Hanover Research and Relay in January, new proposals at reduced rates are being considered tonight, along with a new vendor, Bookalicious. We generally know that we are in very lean financial times, but do not have enough specifics. That 4 corporations were presented in January, and an additional one is now added, does not give me confidence that there's been a well-thought-out plan of what is most needed for the district. Was Bookalicious an add-on? Is it considered more or less necessary than Hanover Research? How have these purchases been prioritized, if indeed they have been? It would be a dereliction of the duty of fiscal management for the BOE to vote in favor of these expenditures tonight. I went on the record last month as being opposed to the privatization and outsourcing of the critical work of education. Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Councilwoman Dr. Spell.
Good evening. Tonight I'm here for agenda item number 7 of new business. This is hard but bittersweet. You have the opportunity of doing something that really shows that we spotlight our local heroes and supporters in the community. Bernie wasn't just a basketball coach. Bernie was about his community. He gave unconditional love to his children, his community. Last summer,
His program went from just having school-age kids to having younger kids. Why? Because the moms, the dads came and told him that, you know what, my kid can't go to other camps because they're too young. So instead of Bernie turning his back on them, he created a program for them and expanded his program. He did a Saturday Academy where he went from, sorry to echo, where he went from having basketball skills, learning basic skills, to actually extending it to STEM. Kids got to learn how to make shea butter, lotion, soap. They got tutoring. They got to interact with researchers, scientists, and other adults that look like them at Unilever, because that's the kind of things they do. Bernie always wanted the best for his kids. He didn't want them just to understand that you're just from Bridgeport. He wanted them to be exposed to everything. A year and a half ago, he took his kids up to the NBA All-Star game. Can you imagine Bridgeport kids actually traveling to an All-Star game? But in closing, I'm just here to say, I hope that you do the right thing and do approve the naming of the Bassett High School new gymnasium, Bernard J. Lawson Gymnasium. Thank you.
The next speaker is Albert Benningham.
Good evening, everyone. And I'm going to say something simple. And the message is we need to work together and we need to do much better. This situation about go back and forth, and sometimes say why Mr. Benningham, he's not saying nothing, why Mr. Benningham is not back and forth, why Mr. Benningham is not fighting. Because I like to listen and watch what's going on. We need to stop. We need to stop, people. As a board member, as a leader, as a father of 3 child going to Bridgeport School, we need to do better because they're watching us. We here, we will elect the board members. We are elected because the community vote for us, trust us to be sure we can do a better job and work together for the future of our students. So I'm very tired about hear negative stuff. I'm here who say, she say, who got power, who got title, who got this and who got that. We are 9 board members that I say we vote, we get elected because of the community. We got a superintendent, Dr. Camila Levy-David, that I'm very happy to be working with you and you're an amazing person. But you don't understand, Dr. Camila Levy-David. You had 9 board members who want to work with you, and I'm one of them. Not 4, not 5. You got 9, and I'm very glad to sit down with you and talk to discuss everything because you're a very smart woman. That's why we vote for you. The people vote for you. That I was one of them. You know, I don't like the negative stuff. We need to stop that. We need to stop that. We're not perfect, only God. But I know together, communicate, respect each other, I know we can do better. Because as I say, we're here because the community vote for us. We're not here because somebody vote for you, because you're nice, because you this, because you're rich, because you talk this language. No. They trust us the same way that trust you to Carmela David. You're an amazing person, and I know we can do better. As I say, they're watching us. We work for them. So we work for them, they work for us. We need to do better for the future of our kids. Thank you. God bless you all.
Our next speaker is Andre Brickhouse. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Wait, no. Now you can start. I want the world to hear what you got to say, so it's important.
I got you. My name is Andre Brickhouse. I'm here representing Nancy and I'm Brandon Longton. And like I said, he did a lot for these kids and the youth. And here to see that his name live on, and we do the right thing by putting his name in the gym, because a lot of people behind him, he's not here right now, but a lot of people behind him. And like I said, he's my uncle, and I just wish him the best. I just want to see that his name get put in that gym.
The next speaker is Jacqueline Volpiano. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name.
It's Jacqueline Colantonio. I'm a 26-year veteran of Bridgeport Public School teacher. I'm here tonight to address two agenda items, the contract with Relay and the contract with Hanover Research. I want to start by saying we don't understand how we can even be considering these contracts with no budget information available to the community. It may be rumor, but there is concern of schools being closed, class size increasing, and jobs being cut. Why are we even considering spending so much money without these concerns being addressed for students, parents, and teachers? As for the organizations, although I don't know a lot about Hanover Research, I do know that its president has been quoted as saying, whether we are helping a company generate millions of dollars of revenue or encouraging a school district to cut a program, the work we do matters. Isn't that the board's job to decide what to cut, not an outside company with no ties to Bridgeport that will have to be paid out of the school budget? I'm sure there are a lot of teachers who would let you know what is or isn't working for their students. With regard to Relay, as I stated before when I spoke, why are we spending money on a program that is only used in cities like Bridgeport? It is not being purchased by schools in the suburbs. Relay did not exist before 2012 and was developed by 3 charter school leaders who needed more certified teachers. In case you aren't aware, charter schools do not need to have a fully staffed school of certified teachers. They were able to grow their program because of their ties to foundations funded by billionaires and politicians funded by billionaires who want to privatize education. Foundations and politicians who favor tax breaks for the rich and cuts to the poor. I will say it again, Bridgeport's families and students deserve the best. Real curriculum, real teachers and administrators, certified by regionally accredited higher education institutions. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Lakeisha Wilson.
Hello, I'm the daughter of Bernard Lofton. This is a little difficult, but I just want to say that he wouldn't even be pushing for his gender to be named after him. That's for us that are here left to carry on his memory. And I just want you guys as a board to remember, once we do this, we also have to carry his programs on. That's the real legacy. The programs that he started and that we need to continue. In that building with his name on the gym or anywhere in Bridgeport, because he was here for the kids of Bridgeport, always first and foremost, over everything. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Willie Medina.
Didn't come here with a speech that was prepared, but I wanted to share the sentiment of some that already said. One of the main ones is we're putting the carriage before the horse. I stepped up to my chair for one of the committees that I'm a committee member, and I shared with her my support and saying to her that she has not disappointed this board or our community. And I told her to keep up the great work, and I hope that others will view the model that she has set forward towards unity and inclusivity. As one of the other members said, we are 9 people on this board. We have 1 job and 1 employee. It is our job to hold each other accountable as a board. It is our job to hold accountable each other before their student. It is our job to hold accountable before our community. My wife is a Lions. My older brother is also a Lion. I'm in support. Why at the community hearing that this board has went against what the community wanted? I don't know who's spreading those lies, but that's a complete lie. And I don't know why our chair is not willing or.
Just keep it to the agenda item, Mr.
I do.
Medina.
Okay.
It says each member wishing to speak may address the board at a regular meeting for a total of 2 minutes on an agenda item. Thank you. And this is not a time
My
to.
time? Let me know when I can talk, because I don't want to hold my time. Teachers for the second time have come against some of these programs. And you guys say you guys are listening, but you guys have not listened to the teachers that have come against these programs or have caught up with the knowledge that's out there about these programs. Why are we moving forward with things when we don't have a budget? Why isn't other members concerned about this budget? Some of you say, oh, be careful, Willie, who you surround yourself with.
Time.
Show me, well, you stole a lot of time from me, ma'am, with all due respect. So I'm gonna take another 5 seconds, if you don't mind. Every single one of you are accountable for your actions and for your words. The community is listening, and community, I hope you're listening to these folks. God bless you all.
The next speaker is Samantha Cheatham. Ms. Cheatham, make sure you press the button there. Once it's red, then you know it's on.
Good evening, my name is Samantha Cheatham, and I wanted to speak on a couple of things. A couple of things is like the policies just changing over the school year this year pretty fast without it being brought to the community or the families about what's going on. Our kids not being able to go to basketball games or being pushed out, left out in the cold to wait to go for basketball games. Some of these kids, that's the only activities that they have to go to is a basketball game. So why would they be told, especially if they go to this school, regardless of what school you go to in the city, they should be able to go to any sport or basketball game. They shouldn't have to be accomplished by adults because they are kids of our city. Y'all listening? Yeah. Cause you know, not these two, the whisper. Respect. Don't be disrespectful, cause you know. So let's speak on the gym with Mr. Bernie. Ms. Bernie has been in this gym for over 5 years. Summer programs, coaching the kids from basketball, youth, all different programs for our kids. Not only in the city of, not only for kids from the West End, but all kids in the, not only kids from the West End, but kids from the whole city.
I'm off too. All systems are off. Okay.
Hello?
Just give it, testing. Give it an extra 30 seconds, because it cut off midway.
Not only for kids from the West End area or for Bassett High School, kids from the whole entire city. The gym should not even be a question on should Mr. Bernie's name go on top of the gym, especially when it's coming from us from the community who's looking forward to seeing his name plastered across that gym and for his programs and summer programs to still go on for kids still to be able to have a safe place to go to from the hours, especially with some of our parents, because I know my child go there and I live all the way on this other side of town. So he should be able to have that gym. Our kids should be able to go to basketball games. I don't know where the changes and all this stuff coming at, but if this is being changes like that, please relay it to the parents in the community in a big blaster, a phone blast, send out memos, whatever, because our kids should be showing up to no basketball games, standing out in the cold.
Thank you, Ms. Cheatham. All right, I'm just making sure the microphone's working. Okay, the next speaker is Teresa Wilson. It's on. Just lean a little bit closer to the microphone because I don't know why. This is a new system, so.
Good evening, Dr.
Levi David, Chairperson, Baptiste Perez, and the rest of the board. My name is Teresa Wilson. I am the founder and executive director of the Village Initiative Project VIP College Prep Program, which has serviced students in Bridgeport for 25 plus years. And we do exactly what my student requested, take students on college tours. Gabby from BMA. I literally am here representing the students, the children in Bridgeport. Okay, I went to a basketball game last week before. Students are not being allowed to go into the games. They are being left out in the cold, left in the lobby, left out in the cold. A couple of them after they purchased tickets online. Yes. And this is totally unacceptable. I understand what's going on as far as some of the conflicts which happened in New Haven. Okay, I walked into the game with my grandchildren and some other students were standing there. Mrs. Wilson, can you get us in? Okay, and I was asked by a police officer at the door, are those your biological children? Okay, I played basketball for Hardy. Okay, my mother had 6 children at home. She could not bring me to a game. This should not be happening. When their parents are taxpayers, okay, they're paying everyone in that building. These children, and I'm into prevention. So all we have to do is turn a little girl away, okay, and you know they don't dress properly for the cold. It was freezing cold. Anything could happen. How is she getting home? Her ride may be inside. And because the students said, this is wrap up your time. Okay, this is VIP, the police officer literally made her show proof that she was a VIP student. So they're being very selective. This is totally unacceptable. I hope the board addresses this. All parents and guardians cannot bring these children to these games. We want to support our schools. And I'm also here to support naming the gym after Bernie Lofton. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is James Mezzosa Senior.
Mazarza? Well, that's fine, don't worry about it.
You want to fix me out?
No,
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair, good evening, Superintendent, board members, students, people online, front office. My name is Jim Mazzaros. I'm a city employee for 29 years in school security. I met Mr. Lofton in 1995 when he became a sub-guard at Roosevelt School. We both started the junior responders first. Then we both got moved over to Bassett High School. I did 16 years as a security guard and 16 years as the head coach of baseball. But Bernie Lofton was the head assistant coach of basketball. We both worked together. Our kids went to the school together. And being an employee and coaching in the city schools, that 95%, I'm sorry to say, teachers will not take this job because they're kids. We take the job, uncertified staff. They're in the job, off the job, on the weekends, on the end thing, always offering assistance to the kids. And I have seen Bernie work desperately hard. And Mr. Daniel's going to be next. When there's a problem that he has in the schools that he needs, he calls me and I said, this is need you to call these people, they'll work with you. But naming a building after an individual that's done so much in community service, it'll be an honor, a very blessed honor to put his name in that gymnasium or on the floor, anywhere in the gym. And my closing remark is, I have always said it to any board member, city official, before you do anything, look in the mirror. Because again, you're always going to look to see what's happened. Because if you're looking in the mirror, your kids are there, and all these other kids are there. So take your time, get the stats, get more input from the community and everybody else, and we'll go forward. Okay? God bless you, and let's move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Daniels.
I will be getting a phone call as soon as I start to speak. Good evening to all assembled. My name is Dave Daniels. I was a Bridgeport police officer for 25 years. I retired 10 years ago. I had the pleasure of meeting Bernie when I was in grammar school on the basketball court out in PT where I grew up. There came a time in my career when I was able to do the officer-friendly basketball camp. And the first person I went to was Bernie. I did that camp for 17 years. Me and Bernie gave you doctors, lawyers. We gave you community activists. One of our charges ran for state senate. We have Connecticut state troopers and Bridgeport police officers that are there because of the work that Bernie did. Naming that building after him is a small thing in comparison to all the stuff that he's done across the city. So it's the right thing to do. And the last thing I'll say is his name is not Bernie. We called him Bernie affectionately. His name was Bernard Jerome. Yeah, so make sure that when you name school after Mr. Lofton, you include those two names. I thank you.
And the next speaker is Tahiba Bain.
Yes, good evening. I'm superintendent. Student. Not as a, but as, and as a relay is a step moving forward. So I want to just say thank you for bringing it. What I understand that though the budgetary constraints may be available, may be vivid, been as we can be, we're looking to bring to bring Bridge in the Board of Education field, right? We've been so lagged behind that our students' reading grade levels are way below average. And I think that different and making a change will help of our entire, not just one or two students, but the entire school system. So for that, I say thank you. As far as Bernard Jerome Bernie being named, we don't understand how there's a misconception that the board would say no, because I don't believe that's true. Somebody started that rumor and left it out there saying that we were not going to vote or they were not going to vote. That would be remiss of us as a board, or remiss of them as a board, to not want to do change and make change and not put a man's name on this gymnasium that has done so much for the community. He coached my son, Ambassador. He's coached many people. People came up to me and said, how dare y'all not want to do this? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because no one was aware of that. No one was aware of that rumor, because it's a rumor. And I want to say thank you for doing all the work that you've been doing, good, bad, and indifferent. And yes, Albert and Willie, we do need to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bain. That concludes public comment. The next item on the agenda is the minutes. We have to vote on the regular meeting minutes from January 22nd, 2024. Are there any edits or changes to? There's been a motion to approve the minutes by Mr. Sokolovic. It's been moved by Ms. Perez. Are there any changes or edits to the minutes? Mr. Traber, you need to press the microphone and then I'll approve.
Now, on page 11, it says, Mr. Traver said he was renewing a request for information on hiring and resignations over the last 6 months in anticipation of the budget. That part is accurate. He also referred the contract with the university school. I did not refer the contract with the university school. I asked renewed a request for information regarding the contract for the university school. So I just want to clarify that that was a request for information regarding that contract that I had discussed with Mr. Carafas.
Okay.
So I just want to speak, I'm not referring to contracts. I'm simply renewing a request for information on that contract.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other edits to the minutes? I have an edit to the minutes. On page 16, at the very bottom, second to last paragraph, it says, Mr. Sokolovic said state statute requires 3 district students for every out-of-state district students in a magnet school. I'd like the record to reflect that he had stated that our magnet schools are for white students. That's 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 26 seconds in. That's repeated that our magnet schools are for white students at 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 56 seconds in. And it's also repeated in 1 hour, 37 seconds, and 5 seconds in that he repeated that our magnet schools are for white students. That's incorrect information, but the record should reflect and clarify that he said our magnet schools are for white students. I also want to change on page 18 and clarify that I clarified that our magnet students are not solely for white suburban students, and that the suburban students in Connecticut may make up a different demographic. So I want the record to reflect the actual comments that were stated on our records, because it is available on YouTube, and I've stated the timestamps for anyone that has any questions regarding it.
The statement was made in reference to the 3-to-1 ratio. We have to have 25% of suburban students in our schools, which are Caucasian students for the most part, demographically Caucasians, and we do not have that balance. The state defines, the state will fund us only if we got that 25% ratio of out-of-district students from home, Fairfield, and all surrounding districts, which are the majority white. And also, some of our students do have a racial component that they have to be.
Dr. Levy, David, yes, point of information. Oh, sorry, I didn't turn your mic on. 1 second. Repeat.
Does that mean it has to be suburban white students or suburban students? Because not all students in the suburbs are white.
Exactly. I'll defer to the superintendent. Is our magnet schools for Caucasian suburban students, or is it open to all suburban students that may apply?
It's open to suburban students.
And there's no there's no racial requirement that it has to be a Caucasian or white suburban student.
Not that I'm aware of. Of course, I could be mistaken, as I am.
Okay.
What's the racial demographics of these towns now white?
So the change is reflecting your actual comments verbatim, and I've given the timestamp. If there's any further discussion or referral to committee, or you seek clarification or a legal opinion as to what are the requirements for our magnet students, I want the record to reflect verbatim. And I've given the timestamps as to what you said. So I don't think there's any issue. I haven't made up or put any words in your mouth. That is exactly what came out of your mouth, and I identified where. So seeing that there's no further comments or... Yes, Mr. Traber.
Should this be referred to committee? Because we do not have verbatim minutes, Madam Chair. And so I do not know that your reference to actual comments. I recall that discussion as being particularly contentious because there was an argument about the makeup, and the superintendent had referred to the number of Bridgeport students who were not taking advantage of our magnet schools and incorrectly cited the numbers. And Mr. Sokolovic was trying to correct that assertion. And then they got into the discussion of the primarily suburban students. And then I recall there being the reference to the white students or Caucasian students that come in from the suburbs. but I would need to listen to the minutes myself. I will not accept your assertion of what was actually said.
And
So-
you can feel free to make a motion for recess, and you can go and check and listen to the record
We're not
yourself.
going
It's
to
on
recess
YouTube.
tonight to put actual minutes.
No,
Our
it
minutes
is,
are
it is
not a
verbatim as to.
Our minutes are not a verbatim, word for word recount of what was said. They are a general referral. And what you're trying to do is to put in a word for word minute that I'm not agreeing with you as to what was said, and absent referring it to some process for determining whether they're accurate or not, I don't
Referring
accept
if
your
someone
referral.
said verbatim, recorded on
I do not
YouTube.
accept your referral.
That's fine, I don't accept yours. You know what,
So
I'm not
then
even
it
gonna
goes
go
to some
there.
committee or some
I'm not gonna
resource.
go there, Mr. Traber, the amendment stands. All
No,
in
it
fa-
doesn't
We can
stand.
just reject the minutes if that's the case. All in favor of the minutes,
I'm
and we'll
sorry,
do a roll
there's two
call
amendments
vote.
to the minutes.
All in favor of the minutes, I make a motion to approve the minutes as with the changes mentioned, including the 3 different times Mr. Sokolovic said it was white. What our magnet students are for white suburban students, and my clarification, as well as Mr. Traver's points. I make a motion that we approve the minutes from January 22nd as amended by myself and Mr. Traver. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Casimir. We could do a roll call vote if you would like. I hear no motion for a
There's
roll
a
call vote.
discussion now, isn't there?
No.
You've made a motion, there's discussion on your motion, is there not?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are we now going to?
Wait, I need to go around and see who has their hands up. Mr. Medina had his hand up before you.
Yes, as you mentioned, I just want to figure this out myself. So why don't we, if there is an opening, to send it back to committee, that way we can all hear it and we can go through it. And if you want for verbatim, I don't have a problem. There's other things that I would like to add, but I want to go back to the video and listen to it. So let's send it back to the committee. That way we can vote on this appropriately if that's the case. I think you brought it up and you mentioned it. So why don't we do that? That way we can move forward with business and we can take care of this later, because this is not productive at this moment. The only thing that he was saying was that let's go back and let's listen to it together as a group, as a board, and let's get it. You want verbatim, which that's a questionable thing, then I would love to go back and listen to some things that I would want on the record also, because there's something that was brought up by the public that I would like to put on the record. So again, let's bring it back to committee, that way we can all have an opportunity to go back to the minutes if you want verbatim. Thank you.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Yes, Madam Chair. In light of my community knows me, there you go. The community knows who I am, the community knows what I stand for. So therefore, I call the minutes, I'll call the question on approving these minutes. I stand by my words, and you can add all the words you want and try to make me look bad, but only one of us here told the students they cannot answer any questions I had. Make sure they get the minutes.
There's been a motion to call the question. In order to call the question, you need to have 2/3 of a vote. So all in favor of calling the question in order to vote for the regular meetings being approved, say aye. Aye. All right, I need to hear that clearly. So roll call vote. And this is a vote to call the question just to approve the minutes. This is not the vote to actually approve the minutes. Okay.
Tanya Bain.
Abstain.
Can you explain call the question?
So when it called the question, that's a board member calling to end debate. I'm going to just second with him. In order to call the question, you need to have the supermajority of the board, because essentially you're silencing speech, so it requires 2/3 of the board to move forward to call the question. So in order for this to pass, all 9 board members are here today. At least 6 out of the 9 must vote in favor so we can move forward with the meeting, approval of the meeting minutes. This vote is solely so we can get to the actual meat of the item, which is the main motion, which is to approve January 22nd, 2024 minutes. So now with that clarification, what is your point?
It also ends debate. And there is an important debate about you're trying to assert verbatim minutes. Minutes have never been verbatim in this board. They have been a general recount or description of what occurred at our meeting. And so if you're going to start asserting a word-for-word minutes, that changes the way we start doing minutes. And that's a significant change. So Mr. Sokolovic has made a personal decision to call the question. I respect that decision. I don't accept it because I think to start looking at all the minutes and wanting to assert or put in, you said this at this meeting and you said this at that meeting.
We're doing a roll call to call the minutes, to call the question.
Simply to call the question.
You're not making a request. Either you're making a point of order or a point of information.
You gave a description that left out the
It
impact of
ends
calling the
debate.
question.
That's why it requires a supermajority of the board.
Can I start?
Yes, we're going to go around.
Tahib Lane? Christine Baptiste Perez?
Yes.
Albert Benham? Lakeisha Cassidy?
Yes.
Willie Medina?
No.
Jennifer Perez votes yes. Joseph Sokolovic? Robert Traber?
No.
And Andre Woodson? 5-4. Continue. Debate.
Okay, debate continues. At the end of the day, if you don't want to listen at the exact 3 times, the point is that he said that our magnet programs are for white suburban students. Period. That's a summation. And you can go back and listen to YouTube. But at the end of the day, that is something that's clear, that offended board members, that offended members of the community, that people came up and asked me, why would someone say that? And that should be reflected in the minutes. So I'll go around the next, I'll go around. Mr. Benningham?
Madam Chair, I'd like to separate the question from the amendment from the approval.
I didn't hear what he said either, because I don't see his name on the thing. On the microphone system, it's not showing.
Well, I'll speak up. I would like to make a motion to separate the question from the amendments, from the main motion, and vote on the amendments separately from the main motion.
Okay. So now there's an amendment to the amendment on the floor, and it's not clear to me what that amendment is, so if you could just say it.
Separating the question of the amendments, making it 2 separate motions, 2 separate votes, voting on the amendments and voting on the main motion should be amendments.
Okay. Is there any discussion regarding that? Seeing no discussion, we will vote on what Mr. Sokolovic just proposed. A roll call vote.
Can I get an explanation of what's happening specifically? Because I know they want to know, and I want to know, because we couldn't hear over here. He had his mic green, and I don't know why it's not coming up in the system, but you guys can fix that and just make sure that we can all understand what's happening here, because I want to understand exactly what that motion was. So if we can get his mic on again, and we can hear clearly, that'll help. And there's staff behind you trying to assist you.
Yes, thank you. My motion was to separate the question from the amendment and the main motion, which is actually normally done when you have an amendment. You vote on the amendment before you vote on the main motion. So we need to separate that question out. Either vote against the amendment or vote for the amendment, and then move on to the main motion. When the main motion is amended, it's either voted on as amended, or the main motion is voted on in its whole if the amendment is dropped.
All right, that's been moved and seconded by Mr. Benningham. Any discussion?
Thank you. Again, the only discussion I have, again, like I said in my last statement, why don't we just move it over to committee, that way we can go over everything together, and then we can come back to this. And that was my suggestion to the board before, and I would like to make that suggestion, whoever needs to speak and make the motion, whatever it needs to be saying, but again, let's just move it over to committee, that way we can all have a hearsay, have a say on this together once we go through the minutes.
Mr. Medina, there's no committee for this. This is our regular board meeting
Listen,
minutes.
I'm just repeating your own words that you said, or send it back to committee, and that was your words,
No,
not mine.
I was giving a general definition.
Okay.
There's
Well,
no
again,
referring
I
back
think
to committee because it's our regular board meeting. This is our regular board meeting, and we're approving the minutes. And usually what's required is that you read the minutes, and some board members will go back and listen to the minutes. And when you read, you can clarify anything that was missing. It was poignant, and it stood out to me that each referral that our magnet schools were solely for white suburban students stuck out like a sore thumb. So I wanted the minutes to reflect that. There's no committee to refer to.
Okay, so let's table it, and we can do this on the next board meeting, that way we can all have time to go over it. It's as simple as that. Just want you guys.
But there's an active motion and a subsidiary motion on the table right now. Should those two motions fail, you can make that motion.
I made that motion before any of those other motions, but again,
your motion needs to be made and seconded, Mr. Medina. It has not been seconded, therefore it was never a valid motion on the floor.
Not a problem. Nobody mentioned my motion, number one, and nobody asked for a second. So I believe as a chair, you should have said, there's a motion.
Mr. Medina.
I'm sorry. I thought I was talking. I won't talk over you.
Mr. Medina, I'm not going to get into my chairman's report, but in the first 60 days, I made sure every board member had training, had access to their Robert's Rules book, and it is each board member's individual duty and their role for service on this is to get to know the rule book, whether it is the rule book in a brief, which is available in the superintendent's office for free, or purchase the 12th edition online. It is not my duty nor my obligation to ensure that you read the rule book, but to make sure that I know the rules and consult with the parliamentarian, which is the city attorney of Bridgeport, per our bylaws.
So again, like I said,
Mr. Medina, you do not have the floor.
I thought my microphone was on and I was talking. I was letting you talk and I don't want to talk over you.
There you go.
But I'm sorry, I'll stay up then. Because I
Mr.
specifically said that I was speaking, that I'm not going to speak over you respectfully. I literally said that. I did not want to speak over you, so I let you have the right.
Yes,
because
this is
you
the
wanted
first
the
item
mic.
on the agenda.
I don't know how clear
Mr.
or clear
Medina,
that made.
this
but
is what I mean by being
gave you
role
the
models
mic
for
because I
our
was
students.
speaking.
No, if you cannot sit down and conduct business like an orderly board member, I will ask you to leave here. It is a privilege to serve you.
Mr. Medina.
Mr. Medina.
Because you don't have a right to kick me out of this meeting.
Yes, I do.
What right do you have?
Yes, I do.
What right do you have? Let the public know what right you have to kick me out of this meeting.
There you go. Read the bylaws.
But again, I made a statement.
Mr. Medina, have a seat.
I made a statement that I made a motion, and you did not
there are children
recognize the motion, that's all.
There are children in this
I know
room.
there is.
And so
that's why I kept quiet. I
act
said
in
I
a
will not
professional
speak.
manner.
I will
I've
not
explained to
speak.
you
I said I
that
will not
your
speak
motion-
over you, and that's why I kept quiet when I had my mic and I had the floor. I did have the floor. My microphone's on. Okay, because I was speaking. I let her speak, and she was speaking over me.
Video live though.
Oh, I know.
Everybody's watching.
I know it's not.
I know.
That's why I'm making the point. That's why I'm making the point that I deserve the same respect as everybody else.
This is not a meeting with the public for the public to consult with the board. This is not for members of the audience to yell at us right now. This is us trying to come to an agreement. There's already a main motion. There's been an amendment to it. It's been seconded.
A board member may not understand Robert's rules, that's a different story. I've already explained what he can do. If he wants to table it to the next meeting so people can watch the video, let the other two motions fail. Or if the amendment wants to be withdrawn from the floor, then so be it. And then it can be referred and tabled to the next regular board meeting. Those are our options. This is not for the audience to jump in and say anything. Like I said, I repeated verbatim what was stated in the minutes, and I've given a stamp. If you want to table it because there's no committee to refer to, that's fine. But you will conduct yourself in a professional manner. This standing up, especially raising your voice to women, that will not be accepted. Mr. Sokolovic, do you want to keep your motion on the floor? That's Howard. Mr. Bennett. Okay, so then the original motion to approve the minutes are on the floor. Not the motion to approve with the amendments are on the floor. So should that fail, then there can be a referral or to table to the next committee meeting. So there's a roll call vote to approve the minutes as amended. Again, if it fails, a motion can be made to refer it to the next meeting so members can listen to the January 22nd, 2024 minutes on YouTube to hear what was said verbatim. Okay, is that clear, board members? Okay. Ms. Perez.
Heidi Babin. I pass. Christine Baptiste Perez.
I approve the minutes, yes.
Albert Benahan Gonzalez.
No.
Lakeisha Castaner.
Yes.
Willie Medina.
No.
Jennifer Perez is on yes. Mr. Sokolovic. Robert Traber.
No.
Andre Woodson. Tahira Bain.
Yes.
Carries by 4.
Motion carries 5-4. The minutes have been passed for January 22nd, 2022 with the amendments from Robert Traber and myself, Christine Baptiste Perez. The next minutes for approval is from the special meeting from January.
You guys, really?
We approved it with minutes, yes. The next item up is minutes from January 22nd, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I mean the 22nd. I mean 27th. Let me stretch that
Motion
one.
to approve special meeting minutes from January 27, 2024.
It's been approved by Ms. Perez. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Benahan. Are there any changes? Okay, hearing none, all in favor from the minutes from January 27, 2024, say aye. Aye. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
It's been abstained by Robert Traber. Any noes? Okay, the motion passes for the approval of the special meeting minutes from January 27, 2024. 8 yeses, 1 abstention. The next item on the agenda is the chairman's report. This one.
I don't know who said that.
Okay, I am going to try and be very brief with my report. I'm going to start off with saying to members of the public, when I became chair, there was no passing of the baton. There was no conversation from my predecessor as to what was any logic or reason as to what was done in the past. And there was no any conversation from the prior chair before that one. So one of my goals as board chair was to try and get this board trained as quick as possible, as fast as possible, because once you're on the board, it is a moving train. So one of the things I did within the first 60 days of the board, after the new board members were sworn in on December 1st, I had referred them all to a CADE training on December 6th, 2023. We had a meeting with the legal department on December 20th, 2023. We had a CADE retreat with Nick Caruso, with the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education on January 27th. The purpose in those trainings was that I didn't want to hear any excuses. You have your iPads, you have access to all the board policies, you have access to Robert's rules, you've been trained, you know the role of the board, and we're here to serve the students so we can get right down to business. Yet, I've been consistently feeling like I am the board police. I've had board members inquire as to why there are cameras in government buildings. I've had board members step out of bounds as to their roles as board members, providing wrong information to the public. I've had to deal with board members not even telling parents to enroll in schools at the schools. I've had to deal with board members yelling at staff, creating liability for this district. I've had to deal with consistent insubordination and differential treatment that wasn't provided by my predecessor. And I'll give you a prime example. Our training on December 27th with Kate, on December 11, 2021, prior board chair John Logan had us in the exact same training. On April 22nd, 2023, it was the exact same training with Nick Caruso that occurred at Hardin High School. Were those meetings recorded? Did those same board members that come out to you in the public and say, no, I need you to come to our meetings and record, did they mention that to you? No. So what I need and what I truly want from the public is to pay attention. Just as much as I can go back in the minutes and quote timestamps as the misinformation being shared, our minutes are available online and they're available on YouTube. Like, I am concerned when there's false information being said on public comment, and it's on YouTube. You can listen while you're driving in your car. You can listen if you're at the gym. But we have not entered into an agreement with Relay. That information, if you look at the agenda, is up for consideration now. Our finance committee hasn't met yet for the month. So that's a misinformation presented to the entire community. Consistent lies by elected officials are unacceptable, especially when we're recording. So,
up here as a liar when this committee has not.
I have not said any name, Mr. Sokolovic. Mr. Sokolovic.
Irresponsible and disrespectful and rude and not acceptable.
You called me a liar. You told the students I was a liar during one of our meetings. You ran after them and told them I was lying. And they were highly upset that a board member was telling them that the superintendent was lying.
Okay, I just want to keep it focused. I have not identified any specific board member.
Everybody here has half the brain, at least in the audience.
No, don't disrespect the audience or assume anything because misinformation has been presented. I encourage the audience and all members at home, watch our minutes. Listen to YouTube. This is it, exactly. I don't know who said that, but there's no conversation with the committee, with the public. So thank you, but no thank you. So, the next thing I wanted to address is that at the last meeting on January 22nd, 2024, there were referrals made. I asked that all board members, especially when communicating, submitted in writing. I never received those referrals in writing, therefore they have not been addressed. The next thing I wanted to address in the chairman's report, again, just going to the passing of the baton. When I took this seat, there was no conversation. So for anyone on this board, should you have a disability, it was not known to myself or the superintendent, please submit that paper to Human Resources. I want to make sure that you are accommodated so you can be fully prepared and successful on this board. And so please submit all documentations for it, whether it's known or unknown. I don't need to know, as long as you're able to have the information that you need to succeed in this position, that's all I really care for. The next thing I wanted to address is just some community activities. Yesterday I had the honor and pleasure to be invited to the Dominican flag raising. I attended with board member Jennifer Perez. Sorry, I didn't see Mr. Benahan, but he was there in attendance as well. Also, I attended one of our girls' basketball team. I got to see Curiel play. Also, I had the privilege of attending and seeing some work from our students in second grade. there were more grades, but I actually had to go after I had a hearing in court for work, for our Black History Month showcase at the Morton Center. That's all I have for our chairman's report, is just to make sure I encourage the audience to read and watch our videos and not to listen. Don't even listen to my mouth. Just watch the video. You don't want to ask me. The record speaks for itself. And so that's all I have for my chairman's report. All right, so the next item on the agenda is the committee reports and referrals. The first item is facilities
Point of
and
information,
finance.
Madam Chair.
Point of information.
You made a, you made a referral in your report to the training, the CAPE training. The problem at the CAPE training was it was advertised as being online and there was no accommodation made for the public to watch. That was the problem, period.
Okay. We're now at the committee reports, facilities and finance, that's chaired by Ms. Casimir.
Facilities and Finance Committee meeting, our first of the year, is scheduled for this coming Wednesday, February 28th at 6 p.m. at City Hall in room 305, where we'll be going over the upcoming budget. The very next meeting after that, just as an FYI, is on Monday, March 4th. Monday, March 4th at 6 p.m. in room 305 at City Hall.
Any referrals to committee, Ms. Perez?
I'd like to refer for the facility side of the committee. It won't even be at this meeting, but for future meetings, we look into the bathroom situation at the high schools to see what policy we can put in place at the different high schools, as well as reported by 43 of our students. That's what I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Mr. Sakala, referrals to finance, facilities and finance.
Yes, thank you. I would like to refer the basketball issue to, we've had this before on the board, but our police department does not make rules for our students. Our schools do. The superintendent has sole purview over who comes in and who comes out of our schools, not the Bridgeport Police Department. If in fact a police officer asks a parent or an adult, are they biological parents in a city where a lot of people don't have their biological parents? We got a lot of foster children in our system, so that question could be triggering to a child. So at the very least, we need to actually have the superintendent control those decisions.
Got it.
Mr. Traver, referrals to facilities and finance.
May I ask a question?
And this is only for, is the question regarding facilities and finance?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a referral or something you want addressed?
Well, I was curious about the 3-4 meeting, if there was a reason it was so quickly following. You know, we're not going to have another general board meeting, and there are 2 committee meetings now in the next week and a half. So that's why, is this, so the referrals would go to the 4th? That's what I was wanted to ask about. Ms. Casimir.
Well, can I just clarify one thing for the audience? When we as board members make referrals to a specific committee, the referrals goes to the appropriate department, whether it's the facilities or with Mr. Garcia, or if it's a particular education issue to the superintendent. Sometimes that information may not be readily available immediately at the next board meeting, but as long as the referral is noted in communication with either myself as chair or the committee chair as to when it would be appropriate and when would it come up, I just want to make that clarification just because it would be such a short turnaround time.
Yes,
So-
that's why I'm asking. So was that a yes, that these would be the 4th?
It's the referral that he's making going to be for, I guess, the meeting Wednesday or the 4th, the meeting on the 4th.
It's not for Wednesday. The one I made was for the next.
The 4th. The 4th is the answer.
Thank you.
If it's available, it should be discussed on the 4th, or it'll be known to you that it will be addressed at a later date. I think that's just the best way, and so that way staff can appropriately address it if it's going to require any kind of research or report being run, and they may need time.
And the
So, like, do you have a referral? I'm sorry.
No.
Hold on.
No,
Define your name.
I was asking for the public's sake to know when there were people raise these issues, so that they would know if it would be, when it would be discussed. You have 2 committee meetings coming up in the next week and a half. Would their issue be discussed on Wednesday or the following Monday? And so they would know that they could know when it would be discussed, that's all.
And then, your question has been addressed, right, Mr. Traver?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Sokolovic, referral to facilities and finance?
Yes, I got a second one, I forgot, I apologize. Recently just testified up in Hartford about the budget. I would like to have a comparison of the governor's budget versus the proposed budget of the legislators, because it's unclear whether we make out better or worse under each plan. We should be having that information to properly advocate, because I hate to advocate a salary of $200,000.
Just to clarify, is that comparison of the governor's budget versus what budget?
Versus the proposal.
Wait. Now your mic's on.
Thank you. The governor's budget, proposed budget versus the budget that's on the table with the legislature currently.
Okay, thank you.
Second budget, thank you.
Okay. Seeing that there's no further referrals to facilities and finance, we're going to move on to the Instruction and Support Services Committee. That's led by Ms. Jennifer Perez.
The Instruction and Support Service Committee met last Tuesday, the 20th. We discussed Columbus Schools Commissioner's Network Plan reapplication, where if this passes today, they'll be able to submit this to the state to improve different areas of the school. So there's priorities that are aligned with the district, such as building teacher capacity, tier 1 intervention supports for SEL and MLL learners, among other things. This did pass last committee and will be presented tonight. It passed with two votes in favor and 1 abstention. Tonight we're also discussing the field trip for Georgetown River to Watson. Somebody was smiling tonight. And they're going to be working with Disney Imagineers for, they'll present what they're going to be doing, but it seems like a really great opportunity for them. So that's passed unanimously at committee. We will be talking tonight about naming the Bassett High Gymnasium and the Bernard J. Lofton Gymnasium. And tonight's meeting will discuss creating a committee that will include community input. We will also discuss the transportation cost analysis. Some board members, or a lot of these board members are interested in looking at later high school start times because there's research that says that it will benefit students and their mental health and health in general. But that requires a lot of different pieces. So this is just a step, a first step in assessing if this is something that we can feasibly do. And we're not looking to implement this next year. This is probably a long-term thing where we will really look at all the pieces. And that also passed unanimously on the committee, so we'll be discussing that tonight. Lastly, we will have a special education report in April, in the committee meeting in April. Our next committee meeting is March 19th. Any referrals?
Mr. Bennett, 1 second, let me turn your mic on.
Yes, thank you. In Paris, I know you spoke and we talked about the PAC and BBSO for each school. I know each school, they have a budget. So I would like to have to see about how the PAC BBSO for each school is spending the money, what kind of workshops, how many April, before April 1st or something like that, first the beginning of April, they have to spend that money as soon as possible. Yeah, just want to know, how much money they're spending, what kind of workshop, the type of money, especially the elections, if they have already backup PPS officers. I don't normally see that they did it in my last, when I was having the student government committee. Literally, one of the schools has almost 30 members. That's nice, beautiful, with more parents, it's very cool, but I would like to see who's the president, vice president, stuff like that. They have elections, and how to spend the money, what kind of workshop they have to do for the parents. It's very important, it's very important. And also, I don't know if you're going to discuss, or I can bring it to your committee, because I know we have, for another school about the commission and network. I know we have that for Bassett High School. And I don't know what happened, so I don't know if we're going to discuss in the new business, or if we can bring it to the committee to discuss what happened with the network with Bassett High School. Okay, so we're going to bring it to the committee about the network with Bassett High School. It's very important to see what's going on, what happened in the new business, please. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Sakakwa, 1 second. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to refer to the next piece, a lot of moving parts. The next piece I believe should be surveys, student surveys, teacher surveys, and staff surveys. We can talk about questions in the surveys.
Okay. Any other referrals to instruction and support services? Seeing none, we're going to move over to policy, personnel, and contracts. That's chaired by me. There are several items on the agenda for our policy, personnel, and contracts committee. There's the possible renewal based on the resubmission of a proposed new contract between Relay and the Bridgeport Board of Education. That passed unanimously by committee. And I just want to point out an excellent question that was asked by committee member Ms. Tahiba Bain regarding how this works with student engagement. And it's not verbatim, but it's close enough. I took some notes and listened again to the committee meeting. And so part of the goal is really to engage with rigorous, really high quality instruction, and that's lacking in our classrooms today, and it's evident based on the performance of the district. If you're going to argue separately, then you're going to have to explain why we're poor from the bottom. It gives the leaders in the building the tools like observation and feedback to walk into a classroom with a leader, identify concerns, and how those concerns can be addressed with the teacher, as well as how that actually trickles down to the actual students in the discourse. So it comes with clear action steps. There's no longer, you need to engage with your students more. Dry, bland feedback like that. I can put myself back to when I was a first year teacher. I'd be like, what you need to elaborate on what you need from that. Relay would be able to elaborate and give tips and keys to success, especially for our newer teachers that we're trying to address. I can understand why a teacher with 26 years of experience may not need Relay, but in a district with such high turnover such as Bridgeport, we need to empower especially our new young teachers and give them the tools and resources that they need and encourage them, cultivate them, and make them want to stay in the Bridgeport school system. So, no, I'm just giving a little bit of clarification. No, but that's what was discussed in committee. So one of the clear action steps that they said was to help a leader understand what strong engagement looks like, prep and have teachers actually practice and implement it. So there'll actually be coaches that will give the actual feedback to the teachers. And if they don't do it, then it'll be repeated. And it'll be repeated until it becomes actual muscle memory for our teachers. And so it passed unanimously by the committee members. I thought that was an excellent question, so that we can actually trickle down as to how Relay will impact the students. We also, we had an excellent negotiation where we have a significantly reduced price, making it more feasible for our district.
There was also approval unanimously for a renewal resubmission of a proposed contract with Hanover. And one of the things, I don't want to get into too much detail, but when I first joined the board, I attended a meeting with the NAACP, PT Partners, FAPAX, Gen Now, and they all asked for an educational audit. One of the things that was actually mentioned during this committee meeting was that that was one of the services that could be produced by Hanover, and so it passed unanimously on the committee level. The policy personnel committee and contracts committee, we also interviewed several candidates, including deputy superintendent, chief human resources officer, director of communications, executive director for school leadership, and also for transparency. I just want the public to know that in that process, we mimicked the city's process as for police chief. So if we selected 3 candidates and there were 10 in the batch, if candidates 2 and 3 dropped out, we then reached out to candidates 3 and 4 so we can comply with our actual policy. But then if candidates 3 and 4 had other job offers or no longer were interested, we went all the way down the line of qualified candidates to comply with our policy. And unfortunately, for some of the positions, there were only 1 candidate left at the end. And so that was our Monday, February 12th meeting. We also have another item that's up on the agenda today with Bookalicious. That's part grant money, and it's going to provide hard copy books in our classrooms. We just received an equity study to ensure that the books are being equally distributed based on the size of the classroom, and that will be presented later by Ms. Valle. That too passed unanimously from the committee level, and I hope that board members too support those items. And then that concludes policy, personnel, and contracts. I'll take committee referrals, but I'm going to be very honest and transparent. Please email me them. It's a lot easier. I check my email every day. So you can make the referral now, but I'm going to ask, that way I can actually address everything you want instead of taking notes. Just make sure you send in an email as well. Mr. Sakalovic.
I would like to refer to policy on committees for revision to include the ability for all board members to speak at the committee, because it's unfair for board members to be silenced until the committee, because we can find problems before they get up here in front of the public.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other referrals, we'll just move on to our CAPE report.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
When's the next meeting for?
The next meeting, we're meeting on the second Tuesday of March, tentatively. Should be. I don't see any issues in advance, but yeah, second Tuesday. Thank you. In terms of the CAPE report, March 13th is CAPE's Day on the Hill, and all districts are encouraged to attend. Any board members that are interested, you can please reach out and call the superintendent's office so we can register. That's all I have in terms of my CAPE report. So the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. February has been a very busy month. Began on February 7th by attending the opening day of the legislative session. And I was there as a guest of our legislative delegation and had an opportunity to meet with our delegates, also to meet with the Secretary of State, and to speak about the challenges that we face in Bridgeport instructionally and financially. Very rewarding meeting. On February 9th, I was able to attend the Empowering Writers training with 76 of our teachers, and that training really focused on strategies for writing to improve the writing outcomes of our students and the strategies to actually teach writing for our students. So just want to thank the presenters, and also want to thank all of the teachers that attended that day-long training. On February the 9th, I was in attendance for the actual visitation for Mr. Bernard Lofton, in addition to many of our community leaders and local clergy and many of the students who actually came back to attend that service, who had actually had the experience of growing up and participating in Mr. Laughlin's programs. It was a very moving experience to be able to visit with people and hear about his life and his contributions. On the 12th, along with Dr. Avery and Dr. Saki, I attended the restorative meeting that occurred between Harding and Career High School after the unfortunate fight during the basketball game. I was able to listen to the students speaking about the challenges that they face every single day and able to listen to their goals for the future, to be able to actually have and engage in sports without physical conflict. And I was able to speak to them and share with them my expectations and the community's expectations for them. And the fact that their education is the biggest priority and that their ability to participate in sports really hinges on the choices and decisions that they're making on a daily basis. And that we want to ensure that they're able to get the best possible education and not lose those opportunities because of bad decisions or impulsive behavior. It was a really rewarding restoration with the students, and it was good to see them reflect. It was good to see them speaking to each other with kindness, with grace. It was good to see them pledging to be better with one another. And it was also really good to see them acknowledge the fact that they're all brothers and that they all have goals and responsibilities and families that they have responsibilities to and that they represent. So it was a very productive session, and I'm really proud of the staff that put that together. Really proud of the work that was done that day, and I will be happy to host any future events of that nature here in the district, and just hope that we won't have to have many of those types of events. But if we do, the fact that they're able to actually learn from that experience, learn with one another, and reflect is more valuable, because as you know, most of what we do as human beings is learned in hindsight, after the fact. So the fact that we're able to support them as, you know, while they're still students in our system, working through conflict and understanding how to do that productively was definitely something to be proud of. On the 15th of February, I traveled again to Hartford to testify in front of the Appropriations Committee, rejecting Governor Lamont's proposed budget and the cuts that would be so incredibly harmful to our educational system, specifically to our school district. And I was able to, again, speak to members of that committee, speak to members of the legislative body, and advocate in person for the interests of our district moving forward, for the not only budgetary but academic interests of Bridgeport. And I was able to share with them that we do understand that we are among the 4th lowest performing school districts in the state, as well as being the largest, and that we do understand that we have to improve performance in literacy and math. Currently, our students don't perform beyond the 30th percentile for meeting and exceeding when they take the math exam. So less than 30% of our students are able to demonstrate proficiency, basic proficiency in math and reading. And I spoke about the programs that we are proposing to implement in order to raise the level of the entire district and stop the loss of learning, the loss of achievement that has been a steady decline over the past 10 years. The fact that we have neglected the education of our students over the past 10 years. And I was very passionate in my advocacy for our district, my advocacy to have greater resources for our teachers, and my advocacy to have greater resources to ensure that we are assessing our programs as we implement them, so that we're not looking with regret when the state assessment comes, realizing that our students have not achieved and have not learned. When we look at schools, When we look at our schools, and we look at schools that have 400 or 500 kids, and only 12 of those students demonstrate proficiency in reading and math, that is ethically reprehensible. And it's a trend that we have to stop. I was brought here after a national search in order to address those changes. And I was charged by those legislators and those members of that committee with continuing the very difficult work that they know that I face in Bridgeport each and every day, sometimes from the very teachers that are supposed to be representing our kids, as well as members of this body. I was encouraged to not quit. I was encouraged to continue the fight and to continue to advocate, and they will do what they have to do at the state level to support us in that endeavor. But we have to come together as a community if we are to survive. We cannot be divided and expect to raise the literacy and math acquisition of our students. How do we have students go through K-8 elementary, hundreds of them, and only 10% of them demonstrating proficiency, and we want to complain about making changes that are critical and necessary? After 10 years of declining performance, 10 years of declining enrollment, look at the data before you come to speak before this body to complain about what we have in store for our kids. Look at the data and look in the mirror. And if your students are those 10, congratulations. But we have nearly 20,000 students in this district that deserve the very best education. And my task is to ensure that we deliver that. If you're going to critique me, help me. And if you're not going to help me, you're hurting our kids. That's the bottom line. And I don't care if you've been here 28 years, 30, 50. If you're going to critique me, help me. And if you're not doing that, you are hurting our kids. You're part of the problem. Finally, on February 22nd, I attended a meeting with our mayor, with Bassett underclassmen, to talk about their transition to New Bassett and the current challenges that they have in their current setting. We also attended a meeting with BMA underclassmen, sophomores and freshmen, who will be transitioning to Bassett when it opens, to talk to them about their transition to the new facility, the fact that we will have early college programs available for them to be able to earn an associate's degree before they graduate. I'm working hard to transform this district. But those of you that want to politicize this process and continue with the status quo, shame on you. My kid goes to school in this district. Shame on you. I hope she's not one of the 10 reading proficiently or doing math proficiently in her school. But that is the reality we face when we have the scores that we have. If you're going to critique me, help me, or get out of my way. Those students have big dreams for what they expect to accomplish at Denier High School, and big expectations. They're very able to articulate exactly what they don't have that other schools in neighboring districts have. They know that they lack the proper instruction. They know they lack teachers that are willing to work with them. They know that they lack adults who are advocating for them on a daily basis. They know this. And they speak about it very clearly. And I go out to the schools to visit with them so they don't crowd that podium in public comment speaking before you to tell the truth about what's happening in their schools. But it seems like maybe that's what the kids need to do. They need to start coming to these meetings and speaking to the adults that are not looking after their best interests. Yep. So that may be what I allow them to do from now on. I've been going to them. When do you go to them? Who is visiting them at their schools? Who is talking to them and listening to their needs, their frustrations, not only with school lunch and dirty bathrooms, but with the lack of instruction when they're getting ready to write a college application? How many letters of recommendation have you written? I've written 20 this year. How many have you written? Stop being part of the problem. Be part of the solution. You took a vow, whether you realize it or not, when you became an educator, to do no harm. But there's a lot of harm that's been done here for 10 years. There's a lot of harm that continues to be done here every single day. My job is to stop the harm and to bring the tools to ensure that we don't harm another generation of kids, that we have them change their families and their lives within one generation. That's my job. That's what I took this position to do. If you're going to critique me, you need to help me or get out of the way. This is not about politics. I couldn't care less who is occupying specific offices. I care about the kids, and I care about the people that want to talk to the kids and be there in front of them and take it with everything that they say, because they have no filter. They don't take it easy on me because I'm the superintendent. So before you come to this room to pontify in front of that mic, you better be talking to my kids. Also, on February 22nd, I attended the Caribbean Student Celebration, which was for Jamaican students. The principal at Harding is to be commended. He wants all of the various subcultures that are also Black to be able to celebrate their cultures. Haitian students had their day. Jamaican students had their day. I am sure he's going to have days for everybody who counts themselves as a person from the African diaspora in his building. And it was exciting. Other than feeling like you're an other, to actually feel like you fit in and you're able to share the differences of your culture and your ethnicity with everyone else so that it's less strange. So that people know when you speak Patois, you're not talking about them. It's part of what you speak at home. It felt good to be able to participate with the kids in that process, and I was able to share my background with speaking Patois in my home, because my grandparents were Jamaican. Those are the interactions we need to have with kids. People at this table, those are the interactions we need to be having with the kids. Show up for these events. It's nice when you show up for the parents, but you need to show up for the kids. Perhaps if we had more of you at basketball games, we wouldn't need to have so many police. We need more adults. We're outnumbered. When there's a fight, and there are 30 kids fighting, we are outnumbered. So please come to school. Come to the basketball games, adults, with the kids. If you're there with the kids, we'll let you in. But what we can't have is unsupervised kids who join a melee and make it unsafe for everyone, including the kids that are there to play a game to hopefully get a scholarship to go to school. We didn't suspend those kids. We held a restorative session with them. Why? Because I know that for many of them, this is their shot to go to college. I am not here to hold kids back and build barriers for them. I'm here to help them move forward. If you're going to critique me, help me. And finally, on February 23rd, I attended the City of Bridgeport Black History Celebration. We had approximately 150 second graders there and students from K-8 in attendance. They performed and did a beautiful job with the program where they celebrated different inventors and heroes in Black history and sung beautiful songs that harken to a lot of the Black history that we learn every day in school. So it was a beautiful celebration. It was good to see them enjoy it, and it was wonderful to see all the community leaders that showed up for that celebration as well. Thank you. That concludes my report.
All right. Are there any questions? Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, a couple of questions and comments. I'd like to reach out to our teachers. I see we got the union president here. Comments of Dr. Lee Davis did not reflect what I say. You guys come up here and you have spoken against me before, spoken against my issues. That does not mean you do not care about our children. Our teachers are our most valuable resources to reach out to our children and reach our children. And I know almost each and every teacher in the system loves our children. Now, I'd like to address the legislative testimony. May I ask what numbers you used to get that Bridgeport is suffering under the governor's budget, because I requested by email the information from Ms. Marlene Siegel, which was not answered, of a comparison, because the mayor from New Haven, he got up there and he advocated, he said, we are losing $300,000 on this deal. But we in Bridgeport have magnet schools as well, and we charge tuition. So there's a possibility that the governor's budget is better for the city of Bridgeport. We should not concern ourselves what's better for the rest of the state, because we were elected and hired to serve Bridgeport. So I would like to see those numbers so I can adequately advocate to my legislators before they vote on this issue. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Traver?
Yes, this is a interesting, we have in the minutes now approved, my objection to the argument we had earlier on the minutes is we don't have verbatim minutes. And there are comments made during these meetings that I find extraordinarily offensive. I've seen attacks on the board when
Mr. Traver, can you keep it to the superintendent's report? Okay.
I am. And the superintendent's report extended to very broad comments about the problems in the schools. So I am responding to something. And so in describing the minutes as recording exactly what somebody said or didn't say in a meeting, I think that it's important for us to keep in mind that it is not, I've heard the teachers get blamed by a member of this board as being the problem in the schools. I've heard the board get blamed as the problem in the schools. I didn't hear the chair object to those attacks on the teachers or the board. I heard you object to somebody questioning the chair earlier, but not attacking the chair. So I think that we need to watch, if we're going to start doing verbatim minutes, then we're going to start pouring through the minutes and making sure that we amend every month's minutes. That was my original objection to this, to include all of your offensive remarks that get made by somebody that I don't like in these meetings, or don't approve of in these meetings. And so I just want to point out here that the suggestion that somehow Relay and Hanover are the solution that all of your predecessors.
Mr. Traver, can you keep your comment limited to
I am.
the superintendent's report?
I am, and her report commented on these new programs that are coming in that are going to somehow address our problems. And I don't think they are. So I'm commenting on that they are not necessarily the solutions. And so there are other far greater problems, and we have been trying to get to the budget. And Mr. Sokolovic just raised a point about trying to look at, we don't have Ms. Siegel here again tonight, to look at the impact of the governor's proposal, which ironically may actually help Bridgeport instead of hurting Bridgeport. And yet, in trying to testify before the legislature, which 4 members of this board did, we didn't know what the impact of the governor's proposal was on our budget. So, and Ms. Siegel is again not here tonight to be able to ask her that question. And we were not allowed to go even ask her in private as board members, the chief financial officer, for an analysis of what the governor's proposal might do to the city of Bridgeport, to the Board of Ed and the Bridgeport Public School budget. So I think that this notion of, if we critique, help me or get out of the way, it's very catchy, but I'm not sure that I would agree that that's necessarily the problem. And we don't necessarily have to agree, and we'll disagree on some things, and I'm going to say that on these things, we will disagree, that there are other problems that we keep hearing about the state of the schools and the state of the children's education, but frankly, there are other reasons for it that is not the teachers and not the classroom. It is a profound inequitable funding system in the state of Connecticut that has not provided the resources necessary for us to do the job. And so as we're looking at how to parse the limited resources we have now, it is important for us to know before we spend $1 to $2 to maybe more than $2 million, how much we're gonna get from the state and how much we're gonna have to have in our budget for next year. So we're not necessarily critiquing and getting in your way. We're trying to help by wanting to see the budget and know what the next year is going to look like.
Okay, any further comments? Ms. Casimir?
Thank you, Dr. Levy David, for that report. The only thing that I wanted to say was just thank you to Principal Neary at Black Rock School, Principal Igri at Bryant, Principal Marone at Edison, Principal Kennedy at Dunbar, and Dr. McPherson Stanberry at Hall School for a tour and sitting down with me and just getting one-on-one feedback from the principals. Just wanted to say thank you. The tours have been a lot of fun learning, and I look forward to continuing. That's all.
Mr. Benjamin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. David, I understand your point, and I just want to clear and understand that I understand your point. I know what you want to do for people school, and we just want to be sure you understand we want to work together. I'm not here to be against, I'm not here to people think we are attacking you, nothing like that. No. I know my point of view because I made my own position, my own choice, my own vote, and my voice. And I know how far you can get. But as we say in Spanish, juntos podemos hacer la diferencia. Let's meet together, we can make the difference. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Perez?
I think it's important for us board members to look at what the outcomes will be for students, for anything that's brought up to the board. And the infighting of this board is not helping the outcomes of the students. We can have our conversations and our discussions without posturing at each other, I'll just leave it at that. So not go into all the details, but we need to look at the end result, the outcomes, what is going to benefit the student, the nearly 20,000 students that we serve. And so whether that needs to happen with Nick Russo, who mentioned a mediation of some sort from CAVE, whether we need to do that, I think that's something we need to consider as a board, because this cannot happen every two times a month. We cannot sit here and go into 8:30 without discussing new business and spend, I don't know how much time on approving regular meeting minutes. The easiest thing to approve. We shouldn't be spending that much time on that. That's all I'm saying.
I would like to say something.
Ms. Bain?
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and Dr. Levy David, thank you for that report. I want to just say I didn't feel that you were attacking the students or the teachers in regard to your report. What I heard was you're looking for change, and you're looking for everyone to be a part of the change. Yes, there's budgetary issues that need to be addressed, and you are addressing them. Though we may not have the full information that we would like to have, I heard you say that you're standing and advocating for a better budget. We don't know what the budget is. We don't know what the governor has said. We have stated that here. But I think that what you are proposing for the betterment of Bridgeport should be considered and should be discussed amongst ourselves because I did not hear you say you was addressing or complaining about it being a board or the children, or the staff. You're just looking for change. And though sometimes language can become a problem for people and they want to harp on one thing and missing the meat in the context, taking a text out of context within a text, we should address the need of the children in every way we possibly know how. If the numbers and the data state what you're saying, that is the most important thing to this board. The budget should not be the only thing people are talking about when it comes to this board, for the simple fact of the matter is, yes, we need money. We need money to survive. We need money to do what we need to do. But if we already had this money and we weren't getting the results that we should have been getting like other neighboring schools are getting, then that's a problem. And the data has shown that. So I just want to say thank you for presenting that. That's the first time, I've been on this board from January, and that's the first time I heard you come with your passion and your oomph about the change. I've spoken to you, and we sat on board and you had your reports. But this is the first time that I heard you speak about the children in the way in which you have and the condition with such passion of the Bridgeport school system. And yes, I too was on the verge of leaving and getting up because this is a horse and pony show at times. However, I too was encouraged to stay. And we had that training, and I said, I need somebody to tell me something that made me stay. For y'all that wasn't on YouTube, that's what I said. And I want to say thank you, Dr. Levy David, because you today have given me that word to stay. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Traver.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. But get the mic on first. But you get the snide remarks. Here we go. But the fact is, what started this wasting of time tonight was we need to put the exact words into the minutes. And I'll go back and find the minutes and listen to the tapes to show when somebody said, the problem is the teachers, the problem is the board. And that one actually multiple times. And we don't need to do that. And the budget is important. We've never had the money that Fairfield or go down the Gold Coast, those communities have. The money per pupil is way below. The inequitable distribution of money in this state is outrageous. Look at the data the Faith Acts has developed and other organizations have developed. Anyone in this state can look at the distribution of resources in the urban communities versus the suburban communities in this state, which, whether Mr. Sokolovic said it explicitly or implied it or said it or referred to it, the mostly predominantly white communities in the suburbs versus the predominantly non-white communities in the cities get inequitable funding. And this is a reality in the state of Connecticut that we are trying to address, and that needs to be addressed. And the governor's budget, we had the governor's budget. What we didn't have is the Bridgeport budget to look at and say, how does the governor's budget affect Bridgeport? Every other community in the state is looking at how the governor's budget affects them. We couldn't. So we're in a holding pattern until we see our budget and to see how it affects us. And that's important, to be able to know what resources we have, and is it a wise thing to spend $2 million on Relay or to save it for kindergarten parents? That matters to the parents and the kids of our city. And that matters greatly to see whether that's a good or a bad move. So yes, here we go again. It matters to me. I've been in this system and fighting in this system for a long time. And to y'all, that's a joke.
No, actually, that is not a joke.
No.
It's something to laugh at.
Right, Mr. Traver has finished his comment.
You
We're gonna
are.
go on
Oh,
to
that's
Mr.
even
Medina.
better.
Mr. Medina is getting the floor right now. I don't want to hear any back and forth.
You can give it.
Thank you. the number he's talking about is $788 million more money given to white students that has been spent over the years. We've been underfunded for plus 40 years in here, so it does matter where we put our funding and where we put our step forward. And once again, I want to say this thing, we're putting the carriage before the horse. The horse is not meant to push the carriage, it's meant to lead the carriage. And I like the passion, and I wrote that word before she said it, of the superintendent that she shared. I took it also like a scolding, but nevertheless, I must say that attitude reflects leadership that comes from a movie. And truth be told, I would speak personally, I don't feel like I'm getting what we need from our superintendent. And she is capable of so much more. And like I said in one of the meetings before I became part of this committee, in this meeting or committee, that she is the person that can bring this board together and act accordingly and work as a board to do the job that we need to do. I understand that this board has one employee, and things that I learned that some people want to talk about what I know or I don't know. And that one employee is a superintendent. The public might not understand that. We don't have control of anything else moving forward. The only thing that we have control is the actions that happen at this table as a board member. That's my power starts. My power ends when I walk off this table. And no one's going to steal my voice because I want to speak truth. She is able to bring this board together as a team, but she's failing in that. And that's my personal opinion. We as a board need to work together more together. There is a caucus here, like we learned in the training was said. That meeting started over 45 minutes after because, and I tell you, I went to that CAME training with a few people, another member of the board, two other members of the board, to a CAME training. And everything that we had in that training that we went to, I believe was Rocky Hill, was the same thing that we got on that training. So it wasn't anything new. I was looking forward to learning something new. I was looking to know more about the Robert's Rule of Order. That book is about this thick, people. I've only been on this board. I swore in an oath to all of you and to our student on December 1st. Excuse me.
Limited to superintendent's report?
Sure. So for this report to go forward and for her to say that she's listening to our community and to our teacher, but then attack them today, but also act like she's listening, I'm sorry. It was said in the last meeting, and teachers came forward, the union came forward to speak against Relay, against this funding, over $13 million. Relay alone was 7.4. But here we are again, going to try to vote for something that wasn't vetted the right way. And they're here, and I thank them for their attendance, like I said before. But again, they're here because they've been called upon. And that's fine, I'll hear them out. But I am not about to let my vote go against the will of the community. We need change, definitely. This is not change. Change for just change does not make it. There's no proven thing, but there is record. Come and see me. I'll share with you Forbes magazine. I'll share you records of what this really is. Please, people, the people perish, the Bible says, for lack of knowledge. She has the knowledge and the capability to bring this board together, but is failing to do so because of the political issues that are being put forward. Don't believe the hype. I want to get together with the community and with this board. Like I said, I want to build bridges between ourselves, between the superintendent and the city council members, and then forward with everybody else. But we need to understand and know our role. If anybody has been subordinate, it's the people that are on this table. And you guys deserve better. The community deserves better. Our children deserve better. I fought for years for $300 million. They gave us $150 million, and now they're trying to steal it from us. But we don't have the numbers to say we're going to be okay or not. Why? The committee never met, and it's been months that the committee didn't met. We're just asking for the tools that we need to do right by you guys. we need to spend money wisely. We can only spend money one time. And it matters to us where we spend our money. I'd rather have, like my colleague said, teachers or parents inside the classrooms than have a program that is not and all, that ends all, with no results.
If you could say, that could be part of your debate and discussion.
Okay, we'll debate later. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the superintendent's report. We have no unfinished business, so we're gonna move down to new business, and thank God it's some good business. I see one of the teachers in the back that I know, and so if you guys can take me with you to Disney World, but on another note, it is discussion and possible approval of Fairchild Wheeler's Interdistrict Magnet Campus out-of-state field trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, May 23rd, 2024 to May 27th, 2024. Again, Ms. Perez had mentioned that it came to her committee, and I believe it passed favorably, so that's why it's before us today.
Good evening, board.
Oh, wait, sorry. That's my fault. There you go.
Thank you. Waiting for the record. Good evening, board, superintendent, and members of the audience. My student from BMA is gone, so I'm not going to get in trouble because I'm presenting a field trip for a different school, but this has taken years to come together. Last year, David Fiesta, behind me here, was selected one of the only teacher from Connecticut, but one of the other 50 teachers from out the United States out of thousands that applied to go down to Disney World to go to the campus. They have a campus that teaches about technology and about physics that the students can go to. We came back very excited, and we started this planning the package, and it went to subcommittee. And there's a couple of things that aren't quite complete with that, and that's the way our procedures are set up. I can't buy tickets until it's approved by the board. I can't collect deposits. I can collect a retainer, but I can't put anything down until it gets to the board because we've had problems with field trips in the past. So this field trip is set up. There's going to be 20 students going, led by these two teachers, and I have two of the students here that are going to be attending. We leave on Thursday, flying out of New Haven, down to Orlando. We're going to be using Mears Transportation. Their insurance information is in the packet. They're going to transport them from the airport to one of the Disney hotels. There'll be 4 students per room. There'll be 5 rooms for the students, and 2 rooms for the 2 chaperones. Mears Transportation will also transport them from the hotels to the training centers and then back, and then from there they can get the regular transportation to the park. So they'll be spending 3 days inside, either learning about technology or learning about physics and how Disney does those things, and then left for the rest of the day to go see the parks. The price is about $1,000. Went down just a little bit because because of a couple of days, but the price is about $1,000. It includes transportation to and from the air flights. Students will go to New Haven, being dropped off by their parents or picked up by their parents. Transportation around the Orlando area, Mears Transportation, as well as the hotel, the fees to go to this camp, and also will include all the meals for the students. So it's a complete package. We're going to be leaving on Thursday evening, hopefully. We haven't purchased the tickets yet, but that's what we're planning on doing. We're going to get a great rate because there's 22 people flying out down on the flight. So the students will miss school on Friday, and they'll be coming back Monday evening. Any questions from the board?
We have a question from Mr. Sokolovic.
Yes, thank you for presenting. Just got a question about this 20 students, correct?
Yes, sir.
How were the students selected?
The students signed up. There was a wait list. We capped it at 20 students. There's breakdown per school. It was originally promoted for aerospace, but the other students from the campus are also attending.
And what would be the ratio to Bridgeport students to suburbans?
Let's see, it would be 12 Bridgeport students, 8 suburban students.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodson?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve Fairchild Willow
Second.
Interdistrict Magnet Campus out-of-state field trip to Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida, May 23rd, 2024 to May 27th, 2024. It's been moved by Mr. Woodson, second by Mr. Traver. Any further discussion? It's been moved and second, now we're in debate. Any debate? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Yay! 20
Okay,
students.
so the next item on the
Madam
agenda
Chair.
is
Madam Chair,
discussion and possible
point of
renewal
order.
submission.
Point of order, Madam
the
Chair.
proposed contract between
Point of order,
Relay
Madam Chair.
and Bridgeport Board of Education.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
I would move to, move item 7, discussion and possible action to establish the Bernie Lofton Gymnasium up to be the next item of business. Do I have a second?
I second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Dane.
Thank you, Ms. Payne.
To clarify, to amend our agenda, that will require a 2/3 vote, as we already had posted this to the public. So 2/3 of the board approves I have to finish what I am saying, Mr. Sokolovic. Mr. Sokolovic. So, it will require 2/3 of the vote, and it seemed that I don't think that that would be an issue. I think we should just go forward with the vote. All in favor?
Just incorrect, Madam Chair.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Any opposition? Seeing none. We will move to discussion and possible action to establish a committee to dedicate and name the new Bassett High School gymnasium after Bernard
Jerome.
I received and had conversations with the family about this. So I had Bernard J. Lofton. I am actually requesting the thumbs up because I had the opportunity to discuss with the family. Any action by this board should be Bernard J. Lofton, not Bernard Jerome Lofton. So we're at a discussion point now. I will actually make the motion. I don't think we need to have a committee for this. His legacy speaks for itself. I've been to the ECHO program at Bassett. I've been to the Walter Luckett Foundation at Carry Out. I sat with all his basketball players making lotion and body butter and joked around with them about, I am a kid at heart, so I joked around about my elbows to the boys because I used to teach all football players. So building that kind of relationship. I saw Bernie Lofton's love for the students. I got to see him coach the kids at Bassett. I've been to Bassett basketball games. There's not a doubt in my mind that he loved these kids and he dedicated his life to them. I last had a meeting with him in January where I got to meet him at Carry Out, discuss the program, interact with the children. Not only were they getting tutored, the Walter Luckett Foundation had a partnership with Sacred Heart. So they had college and master's level students tutoring the boy. Well, from my memory, I recall with the basketball team in math and science. Coach Bernie also, this past summer at Winfield Park, had a big back-to-school book bag drive. And when I say it, Unilever and Bernie utilized his network to give the kids not only an awesome tournament, but to ensure that the kids had access. They had a local author there. They had child entrepreneurs there.
Unilever donated not only just book bags with school supplies, but actual sanitary. You had deodorant, you had soap. The impact that he had, and I don't know who said this. I can make a guess as to who to say, but like I've heard that he was a unicorn, and he was truly something special. I think it's actually offensive to even consider making a committee and then letting that committee decide. As the board, I make a motion that we name the new Bassett High School Gymnasium, the Bernard J. Lofton Gymnasium, in honor of the late, I call him Bernie because that's how he introduced me to, but in honor of the late Bernie Lofton. Is there a second?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
It's been seconded by
Point of
Mr.
order.
Benahan, so now we are in debate.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
There's a point of order.
Just want to do it right. We need to waive the policy, I believe.
Wait till turns back.
You gotta touch it.
No, she has to do it. No.
Oh, she
I'm all for moving this thing forward, but I believe the proper way to do it is to waive the we need to make a motion to waive the policy, the normal policy. So I would make a motion to waive the policy of referring it to committee so that we can move immediately to name it.
There's no policy to refer to committee.
I believe there is,
There's a
Madam.
possible action to establish a committee.
There is a naming,
And then-
there is a naming policy, I believe, Madam Chair.
And there's nothing on the naming policy on the website. 3,500, I believe. I've looked, and if there is no issue moving forward, there's been a motion and a main motion. You made a point of order, and I disagree. The procedure is either you're going to appeal the decision, but if there is absolutely no issue at all, and it is uncontested regarding this man's love and legacy for this kid,
None at all.
I think we should actually just move forward with it. Or the proper thing you have to do is appeal the decision of the chair, and then it will be made by the majority, a decision as to how to move forward. That is how it goes in Robert's rules. I disagree with your point, and I will rule it.
I would appeal the decision of the chair so that we do it properly, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, now there's appeal on the floor. The way it works is each board member will have one opportunity to speak as to whether they are for or against the appeal, which just will enlarge the process as to first waiving a policy that has no content in it online. And then once the policy that's available online with no content is then waived, then we can vote on the main motion on the floor. So I'll go around the board. Mr. Benahan has his hand up, so then I'll just go down the line. If anyone wants to participate, this is a vote on the appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to hear this, and I hope nobody interrupt me because I interrupt nobody speak, and I respect everybody's voice, emotional, vote, whatever you want to say. But I was former BBOE president for Bassett High School for 4 years. I worked very close in meet Holden, Uncle Bernie. You know, we gotta respect because this man worked so hard, day and night, and sometimes after work and everything, he was there to support our students, staff, and parents. And we call his name, the gym, his name, I agree 100%. And people say something negative, I know one of the board members say that and put it in the social media, and I spoke with the son, and I say, that's not agree, we agree, and we want to, and we want to do it, and whoever's against, they're gonna have problems with it. Trust me that, because why I say this, because these men work so hard. We have to honor him. But the only thing I just want to be sure and very clear, so we need to speak when we get to know how we need to talk about that, because why? We want to hear about the students. We want to hear from the staff. We want to hear from the parents, especially with Dr. Rayola, who's the principal of Bassett High School. To her, because I know they're not going to say no, but they want people, the family, heard how amazing and how we work with Uncle Bernie. So I just want to be sure that and clear that for the record, that I like to listen to people from Bassett High School. I know the people from Bassett High School. I'm talking about principals, I'm talking about staff, teachers, and community want to say beautiful things what Uncle Bernie did for our community. You know, break my heart, as I say, I worked for him for 4 years when I was the BBOE president there, And this man, in my office, I have so many things for him. Because after school, that was done, he was there. And I told Uncle Benny, I have water, I have this for the kids. And he all the time, and he support so much. And hurt me that, God made this decision. But I just want to hear from the people, from the family from Bassett High School. I just want to put that for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Mrs. Sullivan?
Yes, this does not reflect on Mr. Bernard. The problem is, we have to follow policy approval. If we don't follow the rules and regulations, how do we expect our students to do? As they say, the students are watching. That being said, if everybody could go to the website and look at new construction and go to policy 7550, I will read it out loud for those who cannot find it.
Just make sure you clarify that you're reading the policy for new construction and we're just naming a part of the facility,
And it's
not the actual.
Yes, ma'am, please don't interrupt me when I have the floor, that's disrespectful to the room, please be professional. Naming of facility, it shall be the general policy of the Bridgeport Board of Education to name schools and partial school facilities for persons alive or dead.
Oh, wait, your mic.
Oh, oops.
Yes, President.
Go off.
Do it again. Okay. Nope, sorry, Ms. Medina was next on the line because of that change. I'm gonna click off and then you have to do it again. Or click
Go
off.
ahead.
You have the mic on. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. New construction, policy 7550, naming of facilities. It shall be the general policy of the Bridgeport Board of Education to name schools and partial school facilities for persons alive or dead who have attained prominence locally or nationally, or in the fields of education, science, art, statesmanship, political science, and military achievement, early pioneers of the community of the state of Connecticut, outstanding presence of the United States of America, or geographical land. General procedure for selecting a name for a school or a portion of the school shall be as follows. 1. The board shall appoint a committee recommended by the superintendent composed of 2 citizens at large from the community, 1 representative from each of these groups, teachers, administrators, parent advisory committee members, and 2 student representatives from the area to be served. 2. The naming committee shall then present a list which may be ranked with no less than 3 names, no more than 5 names, to the superintendent, who will then forward it to the board. The board shall then make the final selection of the name of the list submitted. Now, this is a policy that does exist. This is a policy I wish we had waived in order to do things according to the rules and regulations, because we up here have, for too long, violated policy. I would like to set an example for our student representation, our students and our teachers and our staff, where if we up here do not follow policy, and we do not follow protocol, how do we expect everybody else to do so? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Medina had his hand up and then removed it from the microphone because there was.
Go ahead, you can call him and I'll press it.
Okay. So then it's Mr. Traver.
She didn't make it go red. I know.
Okay, so listen, if we could just move this, we could either have a policy debate, or we could simply say, okay, let's move to waive the policy. I move to waive the policy. I can get a second. We can, and then we can move to vote. The name. And we'd be done with this.
Exactly.
So that's all I would urge us to do, instead of having a policy debate.
Well, I want to thank you both for bringing this to the public's attention, because one of the issues with our policies is inconsistency and duplicity in multiple different areas. If you took a look at Bridgeport Public Schools Business and Non-Instructional Operations Series 3000, there's actually another name of facilities, parts of facilities, which is number 3505. Given that there are inconsistencies in our policies that should be addressed in the committee level,
I think it's just easier to just move forward with the motion, given that it was already second on the floor. And I don't disagree with you guys. It's just that there are overlaps in other places because things have not been updated, and it depends on which policy you're looking at. It could be anywhere from 2 decades to a decade. And since this is not about, there is a policy issue, and we should update it. And we need to address where the inconsistencies are. If you drop them, then we can just move forward, and I will make sure that is addressed on the committee level. Is the appeal being dropped so we can just get down to it because we do have the 2 policies that could deal with the same content?
I'm going to suggest waiving both and then point out.
Exactly. Can I get my mic on?
Oh,
It's all right. Move it.
no. What do you know?
I wanted to say, I don't.
Ms. Medina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, as he spoke earlier, Joe, we read it together, you read another one, and we just want to proceed that way nothing is brought to question or we don't set any precedent moving forward. So I move to vote that we move forward, that we push these 2 matters aside in the sense of vote that we're not going through these guidelines, bypass these, and let's move forward to vote for the naming of the school Bernard J. Lofton as gymnasium now. That way we can get rid of all this debate because Ms. Superintendent was the one that asked the question when it came up to our committee about the procedures, and she's the one that brought up that there are some procedures. So we just want to move them to the side as a board now together. That way we can move forward. That's all we're asking for.
Okay, so just to clarify, you just want to get down to the vote?
Yeah, to move these 2 things aside, meaning the establishment of committee, move that, move the other one that you're referring to there. Let's move both of them aside. That way we can move forward to the vote. Yes, let's make a vote to move all this stuff to the side. That way we can vote now.
Waive it.
Waive it, yes. Let's waive those 2 matters, the one that you brought up and Joe brought up clearly, which was the one that the superintendent mentioned to us, basically that she researched it. And let's just move them to the side. Let's waive them now, and let's vote now. It takes 2 seconds.
Okay, Ms. Medina, so there's an appeal on the floor. If the appeal is dropped, then we can get back to the original main motion. So can we, and then the main motion I will withdraw. So if the appeal is dropped, then we can just get down to your suggestion.
So
Do
how
I
do you
have removal of the appeal?
I second it.
No. It has
How
to
can
be
you-
the
It's
party
gotta be
making the appeal, and then I'll move mine,
How-
because right now in Robert's rules, we have an appeal pending. I hear what Mr. Medina is trying to do. There's no amendments to the appeal, and so it's 1 by 1. So the appeal
Joe
removed,
needs to remove it.
Joe?
I appealed.
Traber was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was
Go
Traber.
ahead. So he needs the mic, please. Yeah. gotcha.
Mr.
Thank you.
Traver appealed. And I don't understand how, what you did, Madam Chair. There is an item on the agenda to establish a committee. And I don't want to do that. And you somehow ignored that. And I'm saying my motion to waive it gets us to where we want to be. That's what I don't get, what you did as the chair. You just unilaterally exercise some ability to change the agenda that I don't understand?
yeah, you don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna withdraw my original motion. That way, it will overlap your appeal, because I think what Ms. Medina offered made sense. And so your appeal is done. The original motion to create the committee is done. Mr. Medina understands that there are 2 conflicting policies, and so he's requesting a waiver of both, correct?
That's what I said.
No, that's what Mr. Medina said.
That is what
Right,
my
Ms.
motion,
Medina?
my motion was to
You
waive.
don't have the floor, Mr. Trigger, so please
did,
respect
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Medina as he has the floor.
So like my colleague said, so I move to waive both policies that might be in question right now. That way we can move forward with the
Second.
vote.
All in
Thank you.
favor?
Aye.
Okay, I make a motion to name the new Bassett High School Gymnasium after Bernard J. Lofton. No, I made a motion.
I second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Mrs. Medina. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, congratulations. Yes, all. All right, next item on the agenda is discussion possible action on renewal of resubmission of the new proposed contract between Relay and Bridgeport Public Board of Education.
Question.
She's not supposed to. Okay,
No, I can.
I just want to make sure.
All right.
If that's right, then good.
Okay, hi. I have a headache.
Yeah.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to return to present tonight. And we're really happy to be here in person this time. My name is Tim Names, I'm the Director of Partnerships for Relay Graduate School of Education, and I'm joined tonight by my colleague Joanne, who will introduce herself shortly. Tonight we're excited to be here to review our revised proposal for partnership and to provide a brief overview of our instructional model with some brief examples from other partnerships we have with schools around the country. And with that, I'll hand it off to Joanne. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanne Kosky. I'm currently the Vice President of Customized Coaching and Training at Relay Graduate School of Education. And I'm proud to lead a team of educators that have been former school leaders, former teachers, that are currently providing professional development and coaching to school districts across the country. A little bit about me. I've spent over 25 years in education. I've been a teacher, a school leader, a principal supervisor, a coach for schools and educators from in grades pre-K through 12. I've been committed throughout my career to serving communities that predominantly serve Black and brown children, and I've been passionate about that work throughout my time as an educator. Personally, I'm a mom. I have a 19-year-old son, a 17-year-old son, and going to get him to nester soon, so looking forward to that, sort of. So just a little bit, I know that you all have heard already a little bit about Relay, so I just wanted to give you just a few quick reminders around who we are and what we do. We are an equity-centered, research-based organization that provides both professional development as well as coaching to school leaders and teachers across the nation. We have partnerships in all of those blue states that you see represented on the map, as well as DC, which is the partnership that I've predominantly been working with over the past few years. In addition, we have been training novice teachers here in Connecticut, and you can see some of those school districts that we've partnered with over the past about 7 years to train novice teachers. So we're really excited to bring this work to Bridgeport, create a new partnership with you all, with your school leaders, as well as with your teachers, to help you and collaborate with you in meeting the priorities that have been set forth here around building teacher capacity, culturally responsive instruction, and really guaranteeing that Tier 1 instruction, that instruction that's happening every single day, is actually ensuring that your students are mastering the content and reading and writing and performing math at grade level. So we've had the opportunity to hear from district leadership about what district leaders feel like is necessary to address the challenges that are in front of them every day. But we've also had the opportunity to talk to school leaders. So today I want to call up Dr. Graff from Central High and Ms. Simmons from Theodore Roosevelt School to talk a little bit about what they see is needed to help progress towards their goals. So we're going to start with Ms. Simmons.
Good evening, everybody, and I apologize for my croaker's voice. This is not my normal voice. Thank you for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of my fellow educators. My name is Jackie Simmons, and I've had the pleasure of being the principal of Theodore Roosevelt School. I'm happy to say, I actually have no voice, but thank you.
I also have cough drops.
No, I'll be on cough drops, but thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to say that I spent my 27-year career as a proud member of the Bridgeport Public School System, and after teaching for 13 years, became an administrator. I actually also grew up in Bridgeport. During my nearly 3-decade career, one thing that has been consistent is the need to continue to grow professionally. I have participated in many different types of professional development. While all very well-intentioned, there have been many inconsistencies across the board. We have focused often on a program and not practice. Just as doctors and lawyers participate in ongoing and authentic professional development, so must we. Our roles as educators demand that we are current on how to support the growing and diverse needs of our children. And I would argue, in a post-pandemic era, that is more important than ever. Children should be able to transfer from Theodore Roosevelt School to Blackham and be assured they are receiving the same high-quality instruction. To achieve that goal, our instructional leaders must be on the forefront of teaching and learning. We need a comprehensive plan that provides our teachers with intentional supports. We need to meet our teachers where they are, provide them with the strategies to address the diverse needs of those children. Accomplishing these goals will require a very individualized approach for our instructional leaders. Due to the diversity of the backgrounds of our teachers and our leaders, it will be important to create small cohorts of similar needs, not the big one-size-fits-all that we have all been through. Whether it be using data to inform instruction, supporting small group instruction, or supporting our multilingual learners, we owe our leaders and their teams the same focused support we provide our children. Now, how those supports are delivered are way beyond my pay grade. What I can say is that advancing our knowledge and practical skills as educators is a critical component in moving this community forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Rapp. I'm the principal of Central High School. I'm proud to say I've spent all 29 years of my career as an educator here at Bridgeport. We are fortunate at Central High School to have several teacher leaders who assist administration with providing meaningful professional development for our staff. However, there is a need across the district to provide further support for staff to assist with the increasing needs of our students. Teachers are faced with the challenge of teaching grade-level content in classrooms which may contain several students whose skills are below grade level. I was recently talking to one of our teachers who's trying to navigate a 9th grade classroom which has a combination of students from English language learners new to the country, students who are reading at several levels below where they need to be, and also students who are at or above grade level, and the teacher's trying to figure out the best way to teach a lesson of grade level content to this mix of students to meet all of their needs. As an administrator, I try to provide support to teachers like this by doing such things as teaming them with teacher leaders, having them work in a PLC or instructional team with colleagues dealing with the same instructional challenges, and also have staff members attend relevant professional development. While we've been successful assisting many of our new staff in overcoming these challenges, it can be quite overwhelming and quite a daunting task for others. In order to make sure that all teachers throughout the district are receiving these types of supports, more than ever, a consistent district-wide approach to supporting teaching and learning is needed. All staff need to be able to implement best practices in classrooms, which have not only students with diverse needs and learning styles, but also have students who have varying skill levels. All teachers need to be able to have the tools which allow them to help the students who are performing below grade level to recover and build the necessary skills to move forward. And at the same time, staff need to be able to help those students in class who are at or above grade level continue to build their skill set to maximize their potential. Having a comprehensive framework of support throughout the district would assist all schools and teachers in having a consistent approach in helping more students become ready for post-secondary success. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the two challenges that Dr. Graff and Simmons
just really highlighted our common challenges that we hear from school leaders. I myself felt them as a school leader, feeling overwhelmed by the task at hand and feeling like you're in a system where there's not consistent support, there's not a consistent approach, and there's not common language that's built from one school to the next around what either rigorous instruction looks like or really just what we as leaders need to do to improve instruction. So Relay works to partner with leaders to be able to build that language and to be able to build those consistencies so that we're speaking the same language and we can work towards our goals collectively and consistently together. So we received some feedback from the last proposal that was put before the board, and we've addressed that feedback by really doing a couple of things as we look forward to creating this partnership. One, in response to the feedback, we have narrowed the scope of work to try to really, one, get to know Bridgeport and to be able to create some early successes in our partnerships with a smaller group of schools. So the actual content of the work remains the same, however, the scope of the work has been decreased so that district leaders will still receive professional development as well as coaching. And a smaller group of principals and teachers will receive the professional development and coaching in the first year as our first cohort of 9 schools, and then we'll add on an additional cohort of schools in our second year of our partnership. This work would obviously continue to focus on increasing rigorous instruction in classrooms, but it will also, again, narrow the scope, which will also decrease the overall cost of the proposal. The specific content that we will be focusing on with your district leaders, with your principals, and with your teachers are these two. One is data-informed instruction, which at Relay really is highlighting a protocol or a process to look at student work, to understand what students are understanding, what they're not understanding, and to make a plan to address that gap. The second is observation and feedback. The best way that you're going to improve instruction is to support teachers in understanding opportunities for them to get better. And teachers getting better and feeling more success in the classroom is definitely going to help you achieve your goals even faster. So specifically, I've done some of this work with a school district in DC, and I just wanted to highlight a few success stories that we've seen created from this type of partnership. Here you see LeVar Jenkins, who is a principal in the District of Columbia, and he was a part of our partnership with his cluster for about 4 years that we partnered with the cluster, providing professional development and coaching. And you can see his successes there on the screen. He was able to achieve 11% growth and 17% growth in math and ELA. And he says, he attributes that to the work that he was able to do with Relay so that his instructional coaches, his assistant principals, he himself could go into a classroom and give teachers strong feedback, track how the teachers were progressing, and be able to improve their performance as instructors in the classroom. And LeVar was one of the principals in Tania Pritchard's cluster. Tania Pritchard's cluster, she was also a leader that partnered with Relay, participated in a variety of our trainings, and she rolled out the data-informed instruction process that we use as one of our instructional leadership levers. As a result of her work, she had 13 schools that achieved above average growth in ELA, and 4 additional schools that also achieved above average growth in math. And she attributes that work to really being able to understand where students are succeeding, where they are not mastering the content, and being able to support the leaders and being able to close the gap. So we're excited, again, to be here at Bridgeport. We are confident that a partnership will lead to Bridgeport being on a slide like Tania's, like LeVar's, highlighting successes that we're hoping to be able to achieve with your leaders and your students.
Okay. My own mic wasn't on. Ms. Casimir?
Yes, I'd like to make a,
Oh,
oh my God, I'm sorry.
okay, no problem. I may have cut you
Yes,
off, sorry.
I make a motion to enter into the new proposed contract between Relay and the Board of Education.
There's been a motion. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We are now in debate. There's been a motion to enter into the new contract agreement with Relay. It's been made by Ms. Casimir. It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We are now in debate, and so I'll just go in order of the speakers. The first speaker in debate, and I just want to clarify, I'm going to read right from my rule book. You may speak in debate up to 10 times on any debatable motion on the same day. So, no. It says you may speak twice.
You said 10 times.
Oh, I'm
You meant
afraid.
twice.
You know what? I'm sorry. I didn't have dinner. So thank you for that point of clarification. It's much necessary, Ms. Perez. You may speak in debate twice on any debatable motion on the same day. Thank you. So go ahead, Mr. Traber. I should turn your mic on first. There you go.
Yes, first point I'd make is my light was on first, before Ms. Casimir's, to make a motion. And my motion would have been that we postpone this vote until after the budget is discussed on Wednesday. Because my point tonight is and has been that we should not be spending money until we know what money we have to spend. Now, I have an opinion on Relay and its value, but that's not the point of this comment. This comment is that we have limited resources. We have always struggled with limited resources in Bridgeport. And to make a decision to spend $7.5, $8 million or $2 million, it's still money that we may or may not want to spend in this way when we find out how much money we have to spend and what we may have to choose not to spend on something else in this context. So I am deeply concerned about the discussion that we're going to have to start on Wednesday. And so we're having this, again, everybody's used to the phrase, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're having this decision to spend money when we don't know what money we have to spend yet, and what needs we have. So I am urging us to vote, to hold this vote, frankly. I don't know what the rush is, that it needs to be decided tonight. I don't know why we can't wait till our meeting on March 11th in 2 weeks, and make a decision then. So I do believe that I've listened. It's ironic. I worked with Ms. Simmons for years, and I know that the school she runs, Roosevelt, she runs doing all the things that Relay says it's going to do with her teachers. And any good principal, and I know Mr. Graff at Central, having worked with him indirectly, does similar work at Central. So any good principal is doing this kind of work in their school. So I'm not convinced that we need to have Relay come in and tell us how to do what professional administrators like Ms. Simmons and Mr. Graff do in their own schools already. So I'm not convinced that the program offers us the value that is said. I am concerned about thus having access to programs within accredited programs within the region at Sacred Heart, at the University of Bridgeport, that we could work with and develop our own programs if we needed them. But I also think that we have very professional administrators in our facilities, in our buildings, who could also put together a program to do what we're going to pay millions for to be done. And many of whom, like Ms. Simmons or Mr. Graff, are already doing that kind of work in their own buildings and facilities. But I am deeply concerned about making that decision now versus making that decision in a couple of weeks when we know what our budget is and where we need our money. So those are the 2 points that I'd like to make, which is one, why do we need to make this decision tonight? And then the second would be a fuller look at whether or not it's an appropriate way to spend the money. But that's to make a decision about whether it's an appropriate way to spend the money in a vacuum just doesn't make any sense at all to me.
Thank you, Mr. Traver. The next speaker is Mr. Medina.
You could pass me on when I'm finished.
Okay,
Thank you.
the next speaker is Ms. Perez.
Thank you. I think this question will be for the staff, so it's Dr. Graff, Ms. Simmons, or Dr. David. First of all, Dr. Graff, for my
Can't hear you.
psychology teacher in 2007. So I'm a social worker. But besides that, what does professional development currently look like in the schools? I think Ms. Simmons, you touched on it a little bit about, it's a lot about programs right now and not practice. So maybe Dr. David, you might be able to answer this, but is it uniform throughout? Is Ms. Simmons doing something differently than, well, they're different grade levels, but than another school? And because it was, somebody made a mention of this, that, we have administrators who are doing the work, but I'm not sure. And I'm not trying to come against any administrator, but I'm not sure if that's consistent throughout because I'm not in the school. So I just want to know, what they're
Thank you for the question. The findings have been that we are not actually delivering professional development uniformly across all the schools in the district. We have principals that have practices that are very sound, where they're actually making an effort, but don't necessarily have the staffing or the resources to deliver instructional professional development. We removed instructional coaches from our staffing model years ago and did not bring them back. We removed specialists, we removed interventionists. We actually eviscerated the instructional program for this district years ago. So for the last 10 years, what we've seen as a result of the efforts to contain spending and make sure that we had a surplus, and I've had this discussion with Ms. Siegel, is we've seen a consistent decline across the district in instruction through a lack of professional development options. We don't currently have a district curriculum, we have programs. So our students are being delivered instruction with programs, not curriculum. During the fall presentation about accountability, Dr. Jenkins shared our scores. This board was provided with that information, where less than 30% of our kids were proficient in math, and barely 30% of our kids district-wide are proficient in reading with the state assessment. That very clearly indicates that we are not doing a very good job. We have students for 187 days. That's the number of days that we have for the school year. And we have students that at the end of 187 days are moving on to the next grade level without having mastered grade level content. They're moving on without being proficient in reading at the 3rd grade level, and they're continuing to move on to 4th and 5th grade, still not proficient, still not accessing high school level curriculum, high school level courses or credit bearing courses. They do not have foreign languages in 6th, 7th, or 8th grade. They do not have Algebra 1. They do not have access to the courses that would make them ready for high school. So then they move on to high school, and the sequence and cycle of failure continues in high school. So when they graduate, they're graduating with minimal requirements or a certificate, which is based on the minimal requirements for the state. They're not college ready. And in order for them to transition successfully to college, they would have to take remedial courses in excess of 12 hours. That is the story with our kids. That is what we're hearing with our alumni, that they're graduating unprepared and wish that they'd had better opportunities to be prepared before graduation. The students that are addressing their learning in our magnet programs have a leg up. They're receiving a little bit more than our students in the traditional setting. I didn't make this up. I'm just trying to clean it up. So if your question is, are they accessing grade level curriculum? At this moment, they are not. Programs do not deliver grade level curriculum. And without a tier 1 curriculum that we can deliver to students, we are not providing them with the instruction that they deserve by law and ethically from the teachers and the administrators in this district. I can't blame the administrators. We've had a new superintendent every 2 to 3 years. I am the 5th one in a long line of administrators, and as one of the council members who emailed me this weekend said, she is proud of the fact that she chased Paul Vallis out of this district, that she got the resignation of John Ramos, and that she also got Fran Rabinowitz to leave the district. And she, went on very proudly to tell me she's 3 for 3 and I'm next. So this board has a decision to make. Are we gonna move forward with these recommendations? I have looked at the budget. We have the funds to do this. I would not be proposing a program worth $2 million or Hanover Research if we didn't have the money to cover it. It's there. It is irresponsible for me to propose paying for a program knowing that we don't have the funds to cover it. The funds are already there this year. This is not next year's budget. This is this year's budget. The money's there. So decide if you want it, decide if you don't want it, but stop wasting the kids' time.
I had a follow-up, but I do have my question. I guess about the resources we're using in the district already that support the professional development. So like, are those consistent across the board? So like, and you're going to know anything, but is it, I know we introduced like Dreambox.
Yes.
Dreambox. So that's going to be consistent throughout the district. But like, are there programs that are being implemented in some schools that are not in other schools? Is this what Relay's here for? Like to streamline everything? You could just say yes or no.
The programs that are being delivered are relying on the level of experience of our teachers, and as you know, we have a revolving door of teachers in this district. We have teachers that come in brand new every year and not receive proper onboarding, training, support, a mentor, and then leave us in a couple of years once they get a little bit of experience and go on to the suburbs where they're going to make more money to teach with an actual curriculum.
My final thought is, I was one of those teachers who left the district after 2 years and did a whole career change because I thought we were in. But
we'll take it back.
No, in all honesty, this was during a time when we did have, and I'm not getting political here. We'll do that tomorrow. We had a significant budget cut when I was teaching that laid off the teachers, laid off the paras, and and as far, I wish I had a program of some. I don't say Relay, but I wish I had a program that there was something consistent because I may have stayed longer because I loved teaching. But I do feel like I was not prepared for and I have. Educated, so like I know I could have done it, but so this is not because I know there's some information about Relay being for those who are not certified teachers and whatnot, but this is not looking at that because our teachers are mostly certified in our district, so this is just a professional development program.
Mm-hmm. Yes, our teachers are mostly certified, but even certified teachers need support. It takes 5 years for a teacher to go from brand new to proficient in their practice. 5 years. It takes 3 to 5 years for a principal to become proficient in their practice. And when you have a revolving door of leadership at the central office level, that experience, that expertise cannot trickle down to our experienced leaders. They are overwhelmed with trying to support brand new teachers, overwhelmed with trying to support the brand new principals that are in buildings right now through no fault of their own without the ability to make decisions because they don't have a mentor. Also, we have Kelly Services substitutes in classrooms with kids. Kelly substitutes. When has it been okay to have Kelly Service substitutes in a classroom with a kid? Never. I would rather have a classroom with 30 with a certified teacher than have 20 in a room with a substitute from Kelly Services any day of the week. I'll take a sick certified teacher over a healthy Kelly substitute any day of the week. That's how I feel about it.
Right, we're going to just go down. Mr. Bennigan, you're up next.
Dr. Camila, with all due respect, and you deserve respect, I feel like I'm the child. I know this frustration because we are on the same page, but the way, like I say, oh, Camila, I don't want that. You want to be, why are you talking to me like that? And I know I understand your frustration, and I respect that, but the way you talk and you stress, it's like you, my mother, and I'm your child. Please, I know you want to talk to us and you want to express. Please, let's do it more professional because I don't want outside like people watching us. Why your superintendent talk to board members like that in the community? So that's the way I feel. please let's have a much better communication, because I understand and not against you, but I know what better communication, and talk more nicely. Like I said, we can do better.
Well, I hope people will talk nicely to me, Mr. Brennan, because I'm tired.
I know, but I'm
Nobody's talking
talking
nicely to me.
I talk to you nice.
I know
would
you
never-
do,
I would
but you're
never-
one of the few.
Yeah, but I'm not saying, but I would never talk to you with attitude like that. I will be upset, make you mad, but I would never go over, talk because I respect you. And
I
want
could get
I
so
would like
much
to
more
people, I would
done.
like to people respect me. I respect, but I deserve respect. That's what I'm saying.
Been here for 8 months, could have gotten so much more done if we didn't have this circus that we have here every single meeting.
I'm trying my best, Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Benningham. We're now going to move on to the next speaker. It is Mr. Medina.
Thank you. You mentioned staffing, that the difference between some of the schools, like the two that were speaking to principals here, that they have this, the issue with the other schools that they don't have staffing and they don't have resources, they don't have curriculum. Is really a program, is it a curriculum, or what is it? Because I'm confused if you're speaking about that they don't have enough staffing or resources, this is why this board, or that we have the funding. We're looking for a budget. We've been looking for a budget that way we can make this decision and make a wise decision, and this is our responsibility. And then you also mentioned just now that this is for this year, but according to what I see here, is for 2025 and 2026. So correct me if I'm wrong on that point, and those are my 2 points at this moment.
I think the question's been asked and answered. I don't think me talking more is gonna help.
Okay.
Ask and answer.
This is not my speaking point of my time. I think it's just very clear because she's saying it's been asked and answered, and I hear that all the time as a common objection for depositions. As she said, this has nothing to do with the 24-25 school budget, which will be presented on the 28th. And so it'd be coming out of this year's budget, which is the 23-24, which is available online. Now we're just going to...
I'm sorry, may I interject quickly? Because I didn't get an answer, but you're saying...
No, because that is the answer, is that this would be funded from the 23-24 budget. And so when you're asking for the budget on the 28th, that's the 24-25 budget. That fund is not coming out of that source. So
But my
I just
question-
want to continue to move on.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I just want to refer to the documents that is before me, and it says this is year one. It says, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe the staff can do it that are here representing Relay, but it says 25. And I'm just trying to figure out how we're spending 24 money on year 25 when, we're in a physical cliff and we're having issues already. So I don't know how that being answered. And I asked a question whether we're talking about programs and curriculum, staffing and resources, but Relay is neither staffing, resources, or curriculum.
Okay.
Yes, it's not worthy.
So part of the presentation had mentioned that they would get to work this year. Is that correct, Ms. Brown? I just figure I'd bring you back into this, welcome to schools. It would start this year, correct?
The timeline that we create would be in collaboration with you all. We could certainly start to put the pieces together and start with the professional development at a time in which is going to be amenable to you all as a board.
Okay. Alright. So,
I would guess that it would extend into the summer and into the school year. We can't get it all done in the next couple of months, for sure.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Sukalvik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of points I would like to raise. One, the money is said to be there this year. For those of you not familiar with our budget, we have something called the Internal Service Fund, which can only be spent once. We have built up reserves in the Internal Service Fund. So, last check on December 31st, it was projected to be $9 million to be used for 2024. Why Ms. Siegel should be in here, our CFO, to answer these fiscal questions is this going to add more that's being taken away from the internal service fund. And to say it has no impact on next year's budget, that leaves less money in internal service fund to cover next year's expenses. Money can only be spent once. And this is very concerning that I still do not have a view of our CFO. Is this program so important and so time sensitive that we cannot wait to get this? I mean, if we don't do this tomorrow, after not doing it for 20, 30 odd years, are we going to suffer any more than we already are? Why is there such a rush to get this through? If the money's there, the money's there. Then we can consider the merit of the program, because the money can be spent on other things. We mentioned decimating instructional coaches. How many instructional coaches can we hire for $1 million and keep on payroll?
Yes.
And we have to weigh the value of all these things, because we can only spend this money once. Once that internal service fund is gone, it can never be spent again. Never, ever be spent again. It can only be spent once. Now, we have two principals in the room. Research shows, some research about this program and said it works very well. Research also shows that classrooms with under 15 students succeed very well. If we care about the students, let's do 15 classrooms. Let's do 15 students per classroom. We can't, because money is a reality. We cannot afford it. So we must pick and choose between what we can afford. If we care about the children, we would do so with discernment. We've been over, substitute parents, yes. $2.2 million to have fully staffed paraprofessionals for 47. Union level evidence. But we can't ask that question. Why? Because our CFO, who gives us the budget information, is not here in this room. We need to talk to the CFO. It is irresponsible for us as a board, for caretakers of the public tax dollars, to make this decision. It's irresponsible as caretakers for our children. On so many different levels, it's irresponsible. And if we enter into this contract this year, and tomorrow we find out that we've got to cut X, Y, and Z, this contract may be one of them, unless, of course, somebody sticks a rider in there and we get penalized for coming out of this contract. I just ask that we delay this until we can get some firm fiscal information with numbers. I'm a numbers guy. Can we afford this? My opinion is we cannot afford this. We cannot afford a lot of the things we are doing. We are coming into austerity. I mean, this is going to be a bloodbath. We're running out of ESSA funding for 109 positions.
Mm-hmm.
So will that be transferred into the operational budget? Would it be more valuable to the principals in this room to have, well, only one visit, elementary school, fully staffed paraprofessionals in this school, or training for your teachers?
The paraprofessionals.
I mean, these are the things we gotta weigh and balance. It's a very important weight and balance. And this program seems very, very much all-encompassing, all-encompassing. We have in this room probably about $1.5 million to $2 million of brand new talent we hired. Brand new talent. And now none of them have the capacity to take this on. Even with one of them salaries doing this full time, dropping it down to the rest of the staff, breaking it down, teacher on assignment, principal on special assignment can handle this work and train all the teachers and train the staff. We got executive coaching for 20 hours for the superintendent. The brand new superintendent we just hired. Why is this necessary? I mean, these should be new skills people are bringing to us in this district. But we are not we're just not being responsible here. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing in this district? I mean, 109 positions, possible school closures, and nobody can refute that because we still do not have a budget that we looked at. The Finance Committee has not met since October of 2023. We have not seen the CFO answer any of these questions, which would be the easiest thing in the world. All we need to do is have the superintendent ask the CFO to come on and discuss the budget. How are we affording this? How are we paying for it?
We already know.
Can we spend this money on something else? Is this money earmarked? How will we continue using this program? When we initially discussed this program, we said we need like 4 or 5 years for it to be really, really effective. Now we're going to start something and cut it, and because everything's up for grabs in this kind of budget. You think this is consensus? Start talking about closing schools. Start talking about laying off staff. You're gonna see some real contention up here because it's gonna be different competing. We can't just sit here and just think because it was presented to us that we got to automatically rubber stamp it or it would be disrespectful to the superintendent. We have that obligation. It's happened in the past and it's gonna happen again. And it's 6 minutes and 36 seconds. I would like to speak again.
Mr. Traver?
Yes, with all due respect, and I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't remember your name. Jalan. It was clear from your reaction, what Mr. Medina was saying was the papers that we've been given in our packets are that your program will run the next 2 years. What we're being told now is that the program is going to start this spring. Those are two different things. And the money is going to come out of this year's budget. That's another thing entirely. And it was clear from your reaction that you said, okay, we can do that. And I'm sure you can. I'm not doubting. But that was not what was presented to us initially, either in the written materials or the presentation that I saw in committee last week or earlier this evening. And so I don't know what this is. I don't get the rush. I don't get the, you can start. Yes, you're certainly, as you said, not going to get it completed. You're going to have to go into the summer of the next school year to complete whatever you're envisioning is going to be done in the initial phase. And I don't get why it's going to have to start immediately anyway. It just makes no sense to me at all for us to start until we know what money we're going to get from the state, what money we're going to get from the city, and what money we're going to have. I've heard Ms. Baptiste Perez and the superintendent refer to the eviscerated resources, the coaches that we used to have to help us train the staff, to help work with the administrators to train the staff, and we had to let them go, and they were let go during those cuts that Mr. Sakalovic is referring to. I was at those meetings, and they were not pleasant meetings. They were not friendly meetings. If we thought this was unfriendly tonight, whew. The screaming people from the lighthouse, the screaming people about kindergarten paras. We were just at a CAVE meeting a month and a half ago down in Darien, where they were worrying about maybe having to let 1 or 2 kindergarten paras go, and they didn't realize that we had to let all of our kindergarten paras go. And then with the ARP ESSER money, we were able to restore half of those kindergarten paras. And we may be looking at losing them again. And these discussions are the responsibility of the board. And so as we ponder hiring new central office staff, the only staff person that we are pondering hiring that was on before was the HR director. All the other staff is new. The only question that we've raised is, should we be doing this when we may have to undo this? That's true of the staff. That's true of these programs. Or should we hold up for a second until we see what the reality is in another month or two? It's not simply a matter of, is your program worthy or not? It's a matter of, even if you were the best things than sliced bread. Is that how we should be spending this money? Or should we be hiring coaches and restoring those positions that we eviscerated when we had to make these budget cuts 5 to 10 years ago? Should we be putting literacy and math coaches back in our schools so that they can work with the staff and provide that kind of direction? Is that a better use of our money? How much would that cost? How does that compare? And so I think all of this stuff needs to be looked at as a whole, not just piecemeal the way we seem to be doing it. Now, I have doubts that I've expressed, and again, I don't, about the program we're being offered. But the process is even more disturbing to me than the program. So I think that we need to seriously put the brakes on and say, let's wait. Let's look at it. It's this or that. Not just, let's do this because I say we have the money. And not having the CFO here to even tell us, we really need to be able to look at the whole picture. You know, it's like, look at this little piece of the picture here and not the rest of the picture. We need to see the whole budget, the whole picture, the whole cost, the total impact on all the schools in the system. The elementary schools, the high schools, all the schools, as we move to look at a budget for next year. And this is insane for us to keep doing this. And it's to say our schools are in trouble because we had to cut all these resources that we used to have to support our teachers, and so we need to put money into this program when we may have to cut more of those resources. The logic is circularly going down the drain. So I think we need to stop doing that and just stop until we know what the whole picture is. And instead, we seem to be going full speed ahead into a bad decision.
What you think?
2.2.
And I don't know why. I have yet to hear an explanation for why we need to do it tonight, or this month, or next month even.
Or ever.
Well, I don't know that that's the ever. I think that we need to look at the whole picture on the ever, but I do know that we shouldn't make that decision until we know at what expense, not just the 2.2, I'm sorry, the 2 million that we're talking about here, but you know, does it mean no paras, no coaches? Could we use it on coaches? Could we use it? We just keep spending this money without knowing what we could spend it on, and that's something that we should take a look at and be able to know about.
Okay.
So that just makes no sense to me at all, and I think that we should just hold up, take a deep breath, and say, let's come back and revisit this question when we know what the whole picture is.
So quick.
Seeing no other, Mr. Sokolova?
Yes, once again, to reiterate, we need to wait for the budget, it comes out in 2 short days. If this program has problems pivoting and delivering the same service it could, that is held up by 2 days delay, or a week delay, or a month delay, I really would have to question the problem of the program. Will it affect your program starting 2 weeks later? Or 3 weeks later?
Yes, I'm sorry, you're asking.
Yes, yeah.
Our program, upon your approval, we would really try to put the actual MOU in place and the calendar, as well as the scope of work and services that we can provide. I think it's up to you all to decide what that timeline might be, and that's that's what we would do in collaboration with you. Ultimately, our work, typically we respond to the needs of our partners. And we know schools. It's not like we can say you must start at this certain date. We have to be flexible. We have to understand what's going on and what are your priorities. When you have time to be able to allocate support, meetings, so on and so forth, so that's all a part of our conversation.
Also, so in essence, coming back 2-3 weeks from now, signing the contract in 2 or 3 weeks, but no effect on the effectiveness of your program. Also, this was earlier, I'm not having a CFO here. Kind of feel like I'm in an alternate universe that we want to look at money, and there seems to be such pushback to see the money first. We could better utilize our staff. We've got a lot of talent in this district. We've got a lot of faith in our teachers, our principals, our staff. And even the executive staff that was just hired to take this on. I mean, you hire somebody at $150,000 just to do training, that $2 million gives them an additional 10 years, or plus more than that. Now, then the two session one of them. And, finally, it was, homogeneous district professional development. What'll work in one of our schools that are majority ELL will not work in this school with majority students in both schools. So they need different kinds of trainings, not just one-on-one trainings. I mean, not just out this one homogeneous training. I mean, it's really disturbing. We need to tell those things to our schools. That's why different principals got different trainings.
Same.
Oh, yeah, just the final note.
Ask about that point you raised.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further debate, all in favor of approval of the contract, say aye.
Roll call.
Okay, there's been a roll call vote. Sorry, and then you can go ahead, Ms. Perez. Mic's on.
I think, just to piggyback on what you said, about the homogeneous instruction, this is for tier one instruction, so all students should have that instruction. I believe from what I've learned, is tier one is the same across the board. Thank you, Dr. You did not have me. And then we go to tier 2, tier 3 would be for the other learners.
All right, roll call vote, Ms. Perez. And if there's no response, you utilize your 2 times up to 10 minutes to speak. And so please call the,
Taylor Bain.
4.
Present. I don't see it. Oh, okay, I see it.
4.
Yeah. Yes, this is a motion, it was made by Ms. Casimir to enter into the contract, it was seconded by Mr. Woodson. So the roll call vote is to enter into the contract. It's yay means entering the contract,
Yay.
nay means no. Okay, so we got yay from Ms. Bain.
Steve, that's just correct.
Yay.
Albert, Benningham, the house. You just step out there. Okay. Keisha Kastner.
Yes.
Willie Medina.
No.
Jennifer Rosenblum, yes. Joseph Sicali.
No.
Robert Traver.
No.
And Andre Woodson.
Yes.
And then Albert stepped out.
Vote, Ms. Benham's not here.
5-3.
Motion passes 5-3. Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you. Have a wonderful evening. We're now moving down to the next item on the agenda, which is discussion and possible action on the renewal resubmission of the proposed contract between Hanover and Bridgeport Public Schools. And we have Ms. Lindsay Howe available online. Good evening, Ms. Howe. Can't hear you at all. Now I can hear you. Nope, you're buffering. No. I think you're good now.
Okay. And my apologies, my whole family has COVID, and so I would be there in person, but I chose not to bring this gift with me. Thank you. You'll, but as the, is somewhat, if I can't hear you, no. Is the live stream working? Can you all hear?
No.
You're breaking up.
You're breaking up, but we can hear you.
That's exactly what's happening everywhere.
And I need the ability to share.
Maybe,
on the screen.
maybe if she was to take off video.
Ms. Howell, is it possible for you to dial in just because we're having a connection issue? And I've received some complaints from constituents that it's buffering from their end at home. So do you mind if you can call in so that way we can hear you clearly?
Sure.
And at least for people that can't hear from home, when you go back onto YouTube and listen or read our minutes, they can get it just as well. Okay, and the time now is 10:24 p.m. We are coming back from a recess in the Bridgeport Board of Education. Right now, we are discussing, we have a presentation from Hanover and action item number 4.
Wonderful.
Right here.
If I'm,
1 second.
okay.
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 All right, wonderful. Again, thank you for hosting me. My name is Lindsay Happ, I'm the Senior Director at Hanover Research. My apologies, I couldn't be there in person. My family has influenza A and COVID, so I chose not to bring that to Bridgeport. So I'll give a quick overview of Hanover and then review the priorities, and we'll go from there. We created education, research, and professional services firm. We partner with districts in research and implementation support to improve student outcomes through evidence-based practices. Hanover pulls from over 200 areas of research expertise. We're able to act as an extension of the work that is ongoing in the district and can build capacity. Because of our expertise, we can deliver research faster and more quickly so that district staff are able to their day-to-day. Hanover also maintains a third-party perspective, especially when we are evaluating current practices, this instruction or curriculum or program. While we're a firm that works with different nationwide, we have worked with 23 districts in the state of Connecticut in our 20-year history. Several Connecticut regional agencies, the Connecticut Department of Education, and independent schools. This next slide. This next slide shows priority areas defined by the district leader where they'd like to invest in additional research. This includes high quality instruction or an instructional audit, data literacy assessment, a staffing and HR analysis, and program evaluation. All of these areas are designed to gain a better understanding of investment and implementation of literacy. And I know I wanted to do a program evaluation. Most districts look at the evaluation of a curricula, of a vendor-specific program. Hanover's research is designed to eliminate bucket through a third-party perspective. Most commonly, we evaluate literacy, math, school, social education, and other programs designated by the district. An evaluation can examine common questions that districts want to investigate, including, are the right students participating? Are enough students participating? Fidelity of implementation, meaning Is the program or curricula being utilized as intended, and is it consistent across the classrooms, buildings, and district? Are student outcomes improving based on that program? And return on the cost overall investment of program. Return on investment can be measured in various ways, including both cost and reach. So are the right students participating, enough students participating? Are there improvements being made? It's these types of questions that districts look for answers where Hanover can deliver. Excuse me. We use a mixed methods approach to deliver comprehensive recommendations, seeking feedback from teachers and staff, students, families, while analyzing student outcomes. Program evaluation is a core capability of Hanover, in which we are nationally recognized, compromising over 50% of the work that we complete. The third-party perspective delivers results and recommendations on how to improve, strengthen, or abandon designated programs. On this next year, I want to highlight part of Hanover's Metro Nashville Public School shares similar but also different characteristics report. In an effort to improve literacy across the district, the district utilized reading recovery. With Hanover as an external evaluator for program evaluation. Hanover's research team noted inconsistencies in outcomes that ultimately did not justify the overall costs of the program. Our recommendation was that the district strategically abandon this program and adopt a different program, freeing up $7.2 million in annual funding. When we completed it, we then completed a vendor of a literacy program for the district to consider as a replacement. This slide here is one of our more common research methods. We take a mixed methods approach, meaning we deliver a survey and use those findings to deliver in-depth interviews and then layer that with a data analysis to give a comprehensive understanding of the designated topic area. We did provide some updates to our original proposal. I did want to highlight the original proposal here that outlined. And what this included was 2 ongoing queues of research to tackle 2 key priority areas at the same time. So for example, we completed an instructional audit and completed programmation at the same series of projects happening. This also often included implementation with the support to build capacity. This often includes workshops, leadership consults with a focus on action planning. Our modified proposal included 2 options. So option 1, a year's worth of research in a single queue with implementation support known as our advisory services. Again, advisory services where we work with the district on action planning and completed research. The district can expect 4 to 6 completed projects per year with the option to review. Option 2 includes 2 queues of research happening simultaneously where we're able to address 2 priority areas. This includes 8 to 12 completed research projects. So for example, we can deliver work on instructional practices while completing a program evaluation. This option does not include the advisory services or implementation support. However, I would like to note that as we complete research, we continuously debrief with the district. And so there is an element of consultation always occurring within our services. It just may not be on site in a workshop. There is an option at focus groups if the district would like that, but I checked that off this proposal. You'll find this information in your packet as well. We'll pause at this time for any questions, and bear with me on the challenges we're experiencing.
I didn't turn myself on. I apologize. It's after 10:30. Ms. Catherine there? Oh, Did I turn back on, go ahead?
I make a motion to enter into a contract with.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
For the option two.
Point of order, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
there's been a motion, is there a
Point
second?
of order, Madam Chair.
It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson, we are now in
Point
debate.
of order, Madam Chair. Her
Okay.
mic was not on, my mic was on.
Okay, Mr. Traver, I understand due to the time, there may be some misconceptions. Ms. Casimir is first, and she made a motion.
This is the second time you've done that, Madam
Second
Chair.
by Mr. Woodson, and I apologize.
I looked, her light wasn't on, there was nothing happening, my light was on, I had raised my hand first. This is the second time you called on her to make a motion before I.
Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Traver.
No, you're not.
So, and
Stop feigning the.
that's okay as well. Okay, so there's been a motion by Ms. Casimir to enter into option two. It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We are now in debate. Okay, so, Mr. Traver, you're first on for debate. Do you have any comments? Anything else for debate?
Well, I can hardly begin to comment on the way you're chairing this meeting. I looked the first time in the last one. I saw it this time for certain. I had pushed the button. I looked down. She was still trying to figure out how to push the button. The light wasn't on, and you called on her. You want to know how unfairly you are running this meeting, how
No, Mr.
undemocratically.
Traver, I want to know
I
anything
have the
regarding
floor,
the
Madam
debate.
Chair.
No,
You may not like what I'm
it's-
saying, but I'm still objecting to the way you have allowed this to be happening.
Okay.
I have,
You have 7 minutes.
this is debate.
Yes.
And the debate is that you have a motion on the floor, which is inappropriate because you called you called out of order to get your motion, the motion you wanted to have. I had a different motion to make. I raised my hand first. I should have been recognized first. And instead, we're now debating option two. Is that what the motion was? $105,000 annual fee? Ms. Casimir?
Option two, yes, sir.
Is that the $105,000 one? There were several of them there.
Are you done?
No, I asked a question. Do I have a clarification as to which ones was moved? You could answer me, please.
Did you read your packet?
I have the packet in front of me.
Okay.
I was watching the presentation there. There were a couple of option twos.
Oh, well, if you look directly in front of you, it says option 2, research cubes. And by the way, as I speak, this is part of your time. It's expected that all board members, when they come to meetings, they read their packet as well as pay attention to the presentation that's presented.
I can't see that presentation. I was trying to follow her. The packet that I'm normally provided wasn't provided to me tonight.
You didn't check your folder? Okay.
I'm sorry, you keep interrupting me, so
I'm
hard for me to
gonna
finish
back
the
up, because I thought you asked the question as to
No,
why.
I had asked the question about what the value of the packet was. So what's the value of the packet? I asked Ms. Casimir, but she didn't know. You know, Madam Chair?
No, I said it's in your handout. It's right here on page 14.
It's in page 14 of your
Hanover
handout.
packet, page 14.
What is the fee? That's what I'm asking.
If you look at fees, in the
Why can't
item
you just tell
called,
me what the value is?
because I didn't read, so I'm gonna give you the option to look yourself.
It's not page 14, it's page 109 or something like that. That's why I'm asking. It doesn't come out as page 14. There.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Is it the $105,000 packet that you are moving?
Yes, option two.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. Any other board
I'm not
members?
done with mine.
I'm just clarifying,
No.
it was a long pause.
Well, you have to be prepared when I get interrupted and ignore it as much as you do. So the $105,000 option is a reduction from, how is this different than what we were presented at the last meeting, I guess is the question I'm asking.
It's in your last meeting packet, Mr. Chambers. Okay, you need
I'm asking the presenter a question.
No, thank you for
Sure.
the clarification.
Sure. And I've got it up on the screen as well. So the previous proposal included our advisory services. This does not include those advisory services. So it's from 130,000 to 105,000.
Thank you. 25.
Are you done?
I finished.
No, thank you so much. We're gonna move on. Is there any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, we're gonna go on next to Mr. Joseph Colovic. You're welcome.
I was able to see it before. I was not. Yeah, I don't know this stuff. Can you ask Patty about this?
Option 2 in it. This one only had original option 1. What was the original option 2 cost? Because I think it was the biggest right between $105,000 and $125,000.
You asking her or me or who?
The original option 2.
Yeah,
How
the
much was
original
it?
one
1 second.
was for 3 years. These are,
Because I'm noticing with the first, you compare the first option 1, strategy was option, which is first option 1 advisory. You got a spread of $35,000 or approximately 25%, but we're losing about half the services for that 25%. So I would like to see the second one, and having that done on that one too, it's the 145, so we have to do 540. What would, I'll use some more time to ask the question. I know it was higher, I can't recall the number. Right, so that's.
it also included the option to have focus group. We put as an optional fee there.
Right. Yeah, because I'm just looking at 25% reduction in price and 50% reduction in the number of quays and completed projects and advisory services.
We don't consider our advisory services the 50% component of this, as the advisory is take up 13 hours of services. Research is 4 component of what we're offering.
Could you repeat that sentence, because I couldn't understand what you said.
Did you hear the question? Could you repeat what you said last, please?
Yes, so our advisory services are an add-on to the research. The research is always going to be the core fundamental part of our services. So option 2, we are offering to do 2 sets of research views without advisory services. In the original agreement at the strategy level, our advisory services are packaged together with that research. They're even packaged at a discount. So typically, when a district engages with us and our advisory services, you can anticipate that they are about $40,000 in In this case, they were originally discounted, and now we have taken that out.
Okay, thank you. What would you consider to have more value? Advisory implementing services or the extra for the double the quiz, Q's?
Sure. I mean, that's really up to the district's interpretation, but I would say based on the number of priorities that the district wants to utilize research for, the research is the greater priority over advisory services. Advisory services, though, can be added at any point in the partnership with Hanover.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, pursuant to Robert's rules, I'm gonna make sure I go around and make sure that no board member that has yet to speak first speaks. So hopefully that clarifies any potential impression of bias by any board member. So, Mr. Woodson, do you have any questions? You can quiet right there.
No questions, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Claire.
I don't have questions, I'll just comment that if this is going to, I think, have a benefit in terms of seeing what programs we are utilizing or not that we pay for, and making sure that, I'm trying to read this, making sure that, you know, we're really seeing the efficacy of each program that is in place in our district. So, so I'm all for an instructional audit, which is something that I know a lot of people have fought for, and so I'm gonna say yes to those.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Perez. I think Ms. Casimir, do you have anything?
No, I just not, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Casimir. We're gonna continue moving down the line. Ms. Bain, do you have any questions or comments regarding Hanover?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna continue down the line. Ms. Medina, do you have any questions or comments regarding Hanover? Want me to come back to you? Oh, no, sorry, didn't see you. There you go, there's you. You're on and live with Bridgeport Public Schools after hours.
I just wanted to ask, what is the proposed contract as far as years? Was that clear, how many years were considered? I just want to make sure.
It would be a one-year agreement.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think you already answered my other thing about what is the difference between the last proposal and this proposal. There was only one line item that's different from the last proposal to this proposal, correct?
No, so we offered two totally separate options. So option one included one research queue plus for advisory services. Previously, it had been two research queues plus advisory services. Option two is the two sets of research without advisory.
I apologize if my question wasn't clear. It's not about this proposal only. I was referring to the last proposal that was done compared to this proposal. I know there's two options here, just like in the last one. I was just wondering what was the difference between the last proposal that was made and option two to this proposal. And I think you had mentioned that there was a line item that was different. That's what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the first proposal because when in this presentation, as I went through it, when I clicked to the details on, I believe according to this here, page 5, it says details, project, scope, link. When I go there, it's actually giving me the last one, and I just wanted to make sure that everything was the same.
I apologize, because that may be slightly just based on, this right here, the slide that's up on the screen, it made me, I'm unsure if you're able to see it. But this was the original proposal. It was at 130,000 with the option to do focus groups. Option 2, this proposal was a 3-year agreement. So in year 1 pricing, but over the course of 3 years.
And let me ask you a question, maybe you can put it up on your screen as you're doing it. When you go to page number 5, if you don't mind, in your things that are given to us now.
I apologize, I don't have that. 1 second. Yes, this was the original proposal that was shared in January when it comes here. I can show you the updated pricing. So this was the original pricing. So this was the idea here. So here, so option 1, strategy.
Can you zoom in a little more, that way they can see in front of them, if you don't mind?
Yep, I'm gonna zoom in here.
You can just do the section 2 if you did, because that's like,
yep.
The big more
I know,
appropriate.
apology. I misspoke here. So instead of doing 2 sets of research cues, what we proposed for option 2 was to do 4 sets so that the district could look at all 4 priority areas at once. So this here is the annual fee with the option also to do focus group. So we have taken, we gave a 4Q option, which is this one, with advisory services. This right here would be a 2Q option with advisory services. The new proposal has option 2 is a 2Q option without advisory services. And option 1 is a 1Q with advisory services. I apologize if that.
No, it's okay, I just wanted to know that's what I was trying to see, both things was, so again, the only difference is this one has 2 Qs for this proposal that day, and then you said also there was no advisory, correct?
Correct, no advisory.
So we went from 4 to 2, and then got rid of the advisories, and that's the savings of, yeah, I'm sorry, now I'm looking at a nice comparison side by side. Okay, thank you, that's the only question I had. I wanted to refer, because again, when you send this packet, or whoever prepared this package to send to us, when I click on the details, it's giving me last, the one that we're looking at now. That's where I kind of like got shocked. I was like, wait a minute, this is not what it says. But when I follow along deeper into the packet, then I found the new one, but it's not reflected in the link that you guys shared.
Yes, my apology.
Thank you so much, Mr. Medina. Just make sure you get your mic. Thank you so much. And we're going to make sure we get to every board member first. So, Mr. Bennigan, do you have any questions or comments? 1 second. Sure, click you on. There you go. You now have the floor. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bennigan. Now that we've went around the full board, I'll go to the next member that had already spoken. So that would be Mr. Trevor.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair. You said that advisory services could always be added.
Correct. Excuse me, correct.
What would be the cost of adding advisory services?
The adding advisory services would be $40,000.
$40,000, you said,
Correct,
per year.
correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, you're so very welcome. We're gonna move on to the next board member that's in here, and this will be your second time speaking, Mr. Sakale. You're up next.
First, I got a question for the superintendent. What funding source are we using to pay this?
We're using a combination of the general budget. Yeah, we funded through the general budget and also, ESSER.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head, percentages of each?
I don't have that in front of me.
No reason to break down this either. Our final arguments are the same as prior arguments. You can't spend money on two things, only spend money once. Yeah. Would you be able to evaluate the new $2 million program we just put like, how long will it take to evaluate?
That's actually part of the contract for them to evaluate Relay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. And I just have one comment myself as board chair, is that this is pretty much the end of the line with ARP ESSER. So if we don't spend it by the end of June, we have to spend it. So being able to put something where we can do auditing would be a very good suggestion. So make sure we're getting a return on our investment. And so, all right, there's been a motion, and it's on the floor, and for the heck of it, I'm gonna call roll call vote. And so, Ms. Perez, the floor is now on you.
Okay, the roll call vote is for, the contract.
Yeah, so I'll be serious for once, I'm sorry. It's after hours, like, I gotta keep myself up and entertained and stuff. So I guess some people like the other voice better, so I'm gonna go back to my R&B voice. It's, a discussion, so there's been a motion to enter into a contract with Hanover for option 2 with Bridgeport Public Schools. It's been moved by Ms. Casimir and it was seconded by Mr. Woodson. So the vote now is to enter into the contract option 2 with Hanover.
All right. Tahiba Bain.
Pass.
15, Becky Perez.
Absolutely, yes.
Albert Benhager. Akeisha Catherine.
Yes.
Willie Medina.
Thank you. Once again, the carriage before the horse. No.
I'm gonna vote yes. Joseph Sakale.
No.
Robert Traver.
No.
Andre Woodson.
Yes.
Tahiba Bain.
Okay, I vote yes for change.
5-4.
Motion carries. We entered into option 2 contract with Ms. Howell and Hanover. I'm about to say Hanover Entertainment. Oh, it's good. And Hanover Research. Thank you so much, Ms. Howell, for your presentation. And now we're going to move on to item 5 on our agenda, which is discussion and possible approval of book purchases from Bookalicious for Bridgeport Public Schools Federal Library Refresh Grant. Just make sure you click. And you are on.
present. Good evening, my name is Lisa Baje. I am the librarian at Park City Magnet School, and I am one on the lead team of this district-wide library refresh project that is being funded by a federal grant.
My name is Teresa Welch. I'd like to thank the superintendent and board for having us here tonight. Ms. Bailey and I are here to present for the federally funded library refresh project that we presented last week to the subcommittee of this board.
So just as a quick overview, we had presented, as Teresa mentioned, last week. The intention of our library refresh project is to increase the number of titles that are available to students, ensuring that we provide culturally responsive titles, and that we also provide student choice in the selections that are made across the school libraries. Specifically, I want to be sure that I answer the questions that were brought up on committee last week, which were, the question was approximately how many books per school per grade level would be purchased. And so the total number of books that were purchased or will be purchased is 12,090, and the breakdown that we have is that schools with under 500 student enrollment will receive 255 books, and schools with over 500 student enrollment will receive 750 books, and that would be per building per grade band. And we were looking at specifically 3, 4, and 5. Grades 3, 4, and 5 were the specific questions that we were asked last week, and that's our, those were our answers to those questions that we had. So super important. One of the major reasons why we're asking for the board to consider and allowing for this purchases to happen, that our school libraries, it has been over 20 years since any materials have been purchased for our school libraries. And so all of the collections are pretty much outdated, and our students are in dire need of having books that they want to read, that are relevant to their interests, that are relevant to support the curriculum or the programs that we have, and to support the teachers in ensuring that we can align with them and collaborate with them in regards to having quality resources for our students.
So the information that is on the screen, for those who are in person and those at home, this was provided to the board in your packets last week and as well this week. I won't read to you, as I know it's getting a little late, but really at the end of the day, what we're looking at is there's a direct correlation between having a certified librarian in every building and increased resources. I've heard that talked about a lot tonight. That certified librarian is a really key part of any building. I served as a school librarian at Heritage School for over a decade. I'm very proud of that role. And I was able to do a lot in that role as Ms. Baye at Park City Magnet. We're able to collaborate with staff, we're able to connect students with books, connect students with career pathways, and do a lot that the teachers in the classroom, quite frankly, don't have the time to do. I came from a third grade classroom, I went into library for the freedom that it afforded me. So that infographic is in your packet for you to reference as well.
And then continuing with our student engagement, we are specifically looking to work with Bookalicious based on the proof of value that they have provided for us. They helped us prepare a survey where we were able to garner students' interest as well as how do they feel about reading. And Bookalicious will help our district and providing us with books that will empower our students by offering them a safe place to exercise choice and voice. It'll encourage their reading motivation because we actually have things on our shelves that they want to read. It also helps if we have quality resources where they might be finding, go over and to our fiction section and find a book, and then they can do a cross-reference and find a nonfiction book that supports something that was maybe mentioned in a book, like if it's a historical fiction book, or maybe it has to do with like how to folds paper to make, paper airplanes. That brings us over to like, what do you have to do to be a pilot? What do you have to do to build planes? So the idea is to ensure that our students have good quality resources available to them in our district libraries, in our school libraries across the district. So ensuring that we have good content, good books that our students want to read. So again, to reference what we had talked about last week, the survey that was done with students really was quite disturbing. What we found is that students in grades K through 3 were excited about reading, and that sharply dropped off by the time students got to 4th grade. So that's why the focus of this is going to be purchasing books for 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. K through 3, they were showing about 63% they love to read, and that number went down to about 35% by the time they got to 4th grade.
I think we have a question from a board member.
No, you can continue. I had my hand, but once they finish, yes.
Okay. There's no parking. Do you have a question?
I'm gonna let her finish them.
Okay.
So what we're looking at is really encouraging that reading starting at that 4th grade level. Research shows 3rd grade is really important as it relates to reading instruction, but we want to make sure that we're encouraging reading across all grade bands. So in conclusion, oh my goodness, it is super late, isn't it? Yeah. To finish up, so I just want to share with you all that the monies are again federally, it's part of a federal grant. The monies are already allotted for specifically libraries, school libraries only, and school books. Pause. Rewind. These monies are allotted for school libraries to purchase books for all of our libraries throughout our district. So we're intending for this money to help build the libraries, to increase student voice and student choice, and of course, create lifelong readers and help improve our reading scores across the district as well.
And just one additional piece, we also talk a lot about using this grant to have anchor content across the district. So no matter what your zip code is in this district, you will have access to the same high quality books. So that's another important piece. So thank you very much for your time and consideration this evening.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the first name on my list. Oh, that's Miss Keisha Cassidy.
So, I had my hand raised.
Okay, Ms. Cassidy, you have the floor.
I move for the approval of book purchases from Bookalicious.
There's been a motion to enter into a contract with Bookalicious with Bridgeport Public Schools. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Woodson. We are now in debate. I'll just move on down the list and go to the next person. All right. Let me cut you off. Ms. Casimir, Ms. Medina, you can go ahead. We're in debate.
I would like everyone to hear very clearly. I have clear evidence that I had my hand raised and that she denied for you guys to finish. That way I can ask my question. She says, and I quote, "You can't park yourself," but yet she lets the vice chair park her hand. And I have it all on video, so if anybody in the public wants it, I got the proof, because I made sure that I had my hand raised prior. And it was just to answer a question. But I want to put that on the record, that way it's on record, that I have the video proof that I had my hand raised, and she took my hand down, knowing that I had my hand raised, but then chose,
Mr. Medina,
excuse me, I'm
going
speaking.
to discuss whatever question you have? If you have a question, then you should ask your question.
As soon as you stop talking, I promise I will. Thank you. I know this federal grant that's out there. I just wanted to know, this purchase with that federal grant, this is something that's going to be purchased and it belongs to us, or we have to do this over and over again?
That is correct. So these are physical books that we'll be purchasing. Those books will be housed in the libraries at the elementary schools throughout the district. There is a second wave that is coming to the secondary schools.
Thank you. I just want to know, because I wanted to find out if this is something that we can continue to apply for, or how will this work? Thank you.
All right. Oh, gonna go down the line, Ms. Perez.
I think you answered that. You said that there'll be similar books in each school. Okay, so, you know, I'm not sure about, like, do all the schools have a librarian right now? Like, I know some schools may now.
So,
Like elementary, we'll say elementary.
so right now, we have, most of the libraries, or some of the libraries have certified librarians. The others are library assigned staff.
And so the, whoever's purchasing the book, they'll be like collaborating with everybody to make sure that they're purchasing them.
Right. So our team has been meeting, when I mean our team, I mean our Bridgeport librarians, school librarians, library staff have been meeting throughout to survey our students, asking them what they need and basic our own interactions with our students and our lessons as we collaborate with across district with our other library staff and librarians. And so, yes, we have librarians that are knowledgeable. We also have our Bookalicious staff who also have librarians who are helping to put the book list together so that we're curating lists that that meet our standard that we've set, which are like high quality, student voice, student choice, authentic voices in the books that we receive.
Thank you. I'm excited.
I'm gonna go down. Next speaker is Mr. Skolvig. Nope, wait, you turned off. All right.
And thank you. Yeah, question, can you please define, culturally responsive? I mean, what cultures are we looking at? Are we looking at race, gender, incomes, neighborhoods?
Are you talking about the types of books that we're getting?
Correct, it says.
So what I mean by that is that we may have a main character, like the front cover of our book, the main character may be a black child or a black family or Latino family, an Asian family, a blended family. The stories are, for example, right off, one that I think of, it has, the title has something to do with like plantains, something or other, and it's told from the perception of a Dominican child and their family. So that's what I mean by authentic voices and choices where our students are able to read stories and see if it's a picture book that they're a variety of ethnicities and cultures.
What about non-traditional families?
Blended families, right, yes. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, when I hear blended, I think of my mixed match.
Right.
When you say blended, do you mean if two males and two females?
You mentioned non-traditional families or blended families, however that is defined, the books are a variety. And it's lists that will be curated.
And my final question is this go out to bid and is Bookalicious the only vendor that's bid on it?
So Bookalicious is the sole source vendor in this case, which is why it's not.
So there's nobody else that has books?
So not nobody else no one else has books, it's that the service is provided along with the books. So it's a package. They're providing the data to us, that survey, in addition to being the sole source as it relates to the purchasing of these books. So they're able to purchase in volume.
And in addition to that, in regards to these purchases of library books, it's not just grab some books from somewhere and purchase them. We have library processing. So we are a circulating library. Some of our schools maybe have a smaller library, others have bigger libraries. But the point of it is that we are a circulating library, which means that our students check books in and check books out. Their student IDs have the QR code for them to log in on ClassLink. It also on the side has a barcode. That's their library card. So their school ID has like 3 purposes essentially. So when our students come into the library, we scan their ID card that opens up their library account, and then we scan the book. So that management system of the libraries is super important. And on like librarian language, they're called marked records. So essentially when you go to the library and you say, oh, I'm looking for a book on like balloons, let's say. and you do a subject search, you're able to see what books on that subject are available in your library. So part of what Bookalicious will provide for us is those marked records as well, so that our library management system is supported as well, and we have a good resource in allowing our students to have access to seeing, and they can learn to search for themselves, what books does my library have?
And also just that processing in general. So again, this is not buying a book from Amazon. Any of us who online buy a book from Amazon. To have a book be a true library book, there's a lot involved on the library's part. You have to go in, you have to catalog that book, you have to do a lot of processing, you have to make sure the care of that book, covering and things of that nature. That's all going to be taken care of as part of the process as well.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, done. Sure. The next one on the line is Mr. Hanahan.
Thank you. The book will be only one language. It's going to be different language for different people. We expect that this is going to be about especially students that so the grade stuff like that. The students, especially students, will be able to use this book too.
What was the last thing you said?
The special needs students.
Oh, yeah. So one of the things that that was like huge in this library refresh project was to ensure that we are able to take care of all of our students, right? Taking into consideration our English language learners, taking care of our special needs students, those who might be medically fragile. So we're looking at also like what we call board books, right? Or chubby books. They're the hard pages, so that sometimes our students who may have are differently able are able to handle those bigger board books, or those tougher books are able to handle a little extra love that our students sometimes gives them. So we're looking to ensure that we have the contracts print for our visually impaired students, that we have books in different languages and the resources that we possibly can in different languages. That's ensuring that when we say anger content throughout the district, regardless of what zip code you live in, if you're in 06608 this year, and 2 years later your family has moved to a different zip code, that there's a high possibility that that favorite series or book that you always like to borrow is going to be at that library. And so that's one of the things that we were like key points that we were trying to make sure that when we're talking to book vendors, that we're say to them, like, these are our parameters. We have a huge population here. We want to make sure that we have something for everyone, and that includes our special needs students.
We'll be allowed to have a different language, not Spanish and English, even though we can have a language.
Right now, we looked at, which I received the information from our, forgive me, the ELL department, right? So the 5 top languages that are spoken in our district. And so we're looking at, when we're looking for resources, we look to see if we're able to get resources in those different languages. We have some of our digital assets and some of our ebooks that we already have are available in different languages. So that is something that we also consider as well.
Okay, move on. Next speaker is Dr. Tracy.
Could you just explain when you said that this is a single source provider, what you mean by that?
So we entered into this as a single source because they're the only ones that are providing the service, a combination of the survey and the data that we got from them, as well as purchasing the books and processing the books with one package.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing that there's no other hands up at this time, and there's already a motion on the floor, all in favor of entering into the contract with Bookalicious, say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously with the board members present. Just let the record reflect that Mr. Sokovic has stepped out, so it's passed by 8 board members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good one. The next item on the table is discussion and possible approval of Columbus School Commissioners Network 3 application. And thank you so much for sticking it out with us, because it is way past my bedtime, so.
Okay, oh, yep, there we go. Like I said, all right. So, good evening. I'm the principal at Columbus School. I am Linda BBOE, and I want to thank you, the superintendent, the chair, the board, senior leadership, and the community for allowing me to present the grant proposal for Columbus School. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be able to create a strategic plan to move Columbus in a positive direction. Over my 30 years, strictly in Bridgeport has given me several opportunities for professional growth. I started as a 7th and 8th grade math teacher at Roosevelt School, and then went to the high school level to teach mathematics at Central Magnet. I then, in 2005, became an instructional coach, a numeracy coach, and then a curriculum specialist at the district level, and then administrator starting in the 2010-2011 school year. I have been at Columbus School for 5 years as an assistant principal, and then as a principal for the past 3 years. When we started to create this plan, we had input from both the teachers, the parents, and also I received excellent feedback from the senior leadership, Dr. Avery and Dr. Jenkins, and our state representative, Mark Hughes. And so through that collaboration, we were able to create a plan that when we looked at the audit and then also at the superintendent's district priorities, we created a plan that would have strict alignment that we can get right to showing excellent outcomes. If we begin, I would like to first talk about our academic priorities. They are in alignment, as I had said, with the superintendent's priorities. My focus for sustainability is to utilize all of the current district's resources and to keep them in line with the superintendent's vision. And so the first priority is to enhance Tier 1 instruction across all grades and classrooms. During Tier 1 instruction, teachers follow a lesson plan to introduce new topics and skills and have all students practice those new skills in hopes to achieve mastery. In development of those lesson plans, the second priority comes into action. Our second priority is to optimize differentiation and strengthen supports for all students with a focus on our multi-language learners and special education students. Our last academic priority is to develop and implement effective assessment practices to inform instruction. And so through those three academic priorities, we then brainstormed and decided on some extra talent resources. And so the first thing, and I've heard a lot of the same common themes of the first thing that we would like to bring on board are 3 instructional coaches: the ELA, the mathematics, and then an L coach, a multi-language learner coach. At Columbus School, we have over 50% multi-language learners. And so through there, the focus for year 1 for our L coach would be to have 100% fidelity in the area of the Lexia English. We have that program in the district. We need to make sure that every student who needs that is getting it, and we're using it with fidelity. That's not happening right now. And then in that second year, after we phase in Lexia English, and then we're going to be transforming into using the SIOP model, the Sheltered Instructional Observation Protocol. And in that has strategies across everyone can use them. Special education, multi-language learners, and general education students. And so those properties from the components made up in the SIOP model are excellent. In addition to the 3 instructional coaches, we are looking to hire the interventionists. And so our interventionists, we are looking to hire 6 interventionists so that we can group them by grade band: a K2, a 3-5, and a 6-8. One for math and then 1 for literacy in each of those grade bands. And also, we surveyed the teachers, and we have a group of teachers that are going to do after-school tutoring to extend that day. And so then we have sectioned off a section of the action plan for tutoring. I got off track, but let me, so then, through that, we're going to be creating a coaching system so that we can create, build teacher capacity within the teachers of all of the programs. So that's very important. Right now, utilizing the district components, we're utilizing about 40% of everything that the current Into Math and also the Wonders offer. And so we need to really dive in and utilize those to their fullest capacity and have the teachers very capable in using that in all of their pieces. The last area is in climate and culture. We strive to make Columbus feel safe and welcoming to all students and families. We currently have a restorative practice specialist and an attendance monitor on staff, and we would like to continue those two positions through the Commissioners Network. The restorative practice specialist helps students mediate through conflicts and teaches them how to handle frustrations and upsetness in an appropriate manner. Our attendance monitor is trilingual. She speaks Portuguese, Spanish, and English, and she is right at our front office, and she is able to help bridge and build that welcoming environment at Columbus. And she also then works with them on all of the attendance benchmarks. And so then and also does outreach. She does many different things. She is also a parent of 3 children in our school. And so she has built, and having that person is vital to building that family to school connections. And with all of the efforts and all of these efforts in place, Columbus will be on the horizon to become a high-achieving school with students who are happy and build that love for lifelong learning. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open up the floor. I see Ms. Bain's hands up.
Hi, yes, I want to make a motion for approval for Columbus School Commission Network reapplication. Thank you.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Casimir. Any discussion, debate? We are in debate now. All right, Mr. Sakala.
All the positions you mentioned are funded through the Commissioners Network, correct? No impact on the operating budget.
Mr. Avery, but I believe there is a formula that they use, that's 80% and 20% the first year. There's different formulas that they use that break up the funding.
Just a note on the Commissioners Network, I made this point at the last meeting, that our schools have to be struggling, and the solution for the struggling schools is to add more staff, add more help. So it's not really the Magic Commissioners Network that's doing all this. It's the resources they bring and the money we bring. If we had for all our schools to be as successful as the Commissioners Network schools when they get the funding. That's all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakala. Next person we have up is Mr. Medina.
Yeah, motion on the floor is for reapplication. So do we know the numbers of what is the cost that they're covering and the cost that we're covering?
Oh. Wait, going Dr. Avery, you don't have a clue.
What this application is doing is giving Columbus Schools the option. What has to happen once the board approves it, we have to go to the state capitol to talk with the state regarding this application. So if it doesn't pass the board, if it doesn't pass the state, nothing will be funded by the Commissioners Network. So this process is just the first step of getting board approval to take it to the next level. The formula is 80-20. The first year, each year it revs up where the Commissioner Network takes care of 80% of the cost. This next year, the district will take care of 20% of the cost. So each year that percentage changes. And so that's basically how, and what we'll do. Nothing's going to be approved. So even if the board approves it tonight and we go to the state to petition for it, the state may say, you're not ready or your district can't support you, and they will shut it down at that point. if they provide it, if we give the okay tonight, and the state gives the okay, when we go, I think it's March 3rd, and it's approved, then they will allocate the district the funding to be able to do the work.
At an 80-20% rate.
Yes.
So is this program being used right now in this school year?
No.
No, okay.
Yes,
I was confused with the word reapplication, so I thought
Well,
we were actively in this
what
program.
happened, Columbus School used to be a Commissioners Network school district prior to this administration. They were on Commissioners Network at one point in time, and then they fell off of Commissioners Network, and now they're reapplying to get back on again. And so that's the reprocessing, piece that we're doing currently now, to get them back on. New leadership, new staffing, new support from central office. We feel very, very adamant that, with Linda's leadership, she will be able to get them back on track. And so that's the beauty of the Commissioners Network, is to provide, schools and districts an opportunity to do great things. And yes, there's a lot of money thrown at it, and that's not really what we really want. But if she has a sustainable plan that will, ingrain into her culture of her school, she will be successful, and we won't need the Commissioners Network to be able to support this campus and the success that we want to see. So it's usually like a 4 or 5 year process, and so they will get the support from the state, alongside of what the district is going to support. And so it's almost like you have to have the skin in the game. The district has to put up money, and the state has to put up money, and they're going to see if this is going to work for the next couple of years. And when it does, eventually the state will back off, and the district will take the full 100% of the cost in the next 4 to 5 years. And I had to learn that too. So I just kind of, over the last 6 months, was able to try to dive into in order to support the campus.
I hear you. And I'm trying to get to that number. I just need a number. I'm just trying to get to know the number of what we're looking at financially, even at the 80-20% or the whole. And what's the whole number of this program to continue or to apply for the grant? What are the numbers? I mean, we had it here in the district according to what you just testified to, as far as spoke about, but what is the number? I mean, do we have a number or we don't have a number at all?
I don't have the number in front of me, but I think there is a number that we can provide you.
Thank you. We don't have numbers, I can't. Thank you very much.
Alright, we're gonna move down to the next speaker, Mr. Robert Treeler.
Yeah, I was involved with the original application. And why did we lose it? What happened? Ms. Begoli,
Yes, so the original application was created in 2015 and 16, and it was created not by the principal, but by a senior leadership team person. And so then the principal was on board, but then that principal moved to another school in that first year of that planning year. And then there was another principal that came on the second year, and then a third principal that came on the third year. So there was a lot of change. And so you have to have consistency at the administrative level for this plan to work. And so every single year in that 3-year original Commissioners Network plan, it went through the 3 years. But there was so many changes, the staff at the administrative level, and it was not able to sustain.
At the teaching level, the staff was
And the staff.
The staff that participated in the planning and development of it
Yes.
was consistent.
Yes.
So did they drop us then because of that administrative turnover?
My understanding is that at the end of the third year, then because if you show enough growth, then they give you the extensions, and then, but then they did not do that.
Ms. Perez.
I'm not sure, if you want the dollar amount, but there, in the packet, it has the 80% through the Commissioners Network, the first year, 65. It shows in the packet over the 5 years. So are you looking for the dollar amount? Mr. Medina, I'm sorry, Mr. Medina.
Yeah, that was my question.
Oh, the
Yes,
dollar.
that was the question. I understand the math
Yeah.
of the percentage, but the percentage don't mean nothing unless we have a dollar amount.
So I was gonna ask.
Is it 80% of, $100,000 or, or 3 million or 10 million? We don't know.
Well, I was gonna ask, would that depend on the staffing that we actually put in place?
That is correct.
Okay, so we wouldn't know, like, if we end up getting a teacher who's been in the district for 20 years versus a 5-year teacher, there's gonna be a difference in the money?
The estimated first year allocation from the state is $650,000.
Okay.
And then based on the number of staff and what type of staff you're going to hire, it's how that money is allocated.
We did have a budget meeting with Marlene Siegel, and she was able to look at some things and said that the overflow could come from our state funds.
She's actually trying to explain to me, both of you, she's trying to explain to you.
Yes, so as Dr. Avery had said, it's around 650,000, and then, and we are looking at having all of the interventionists are going to be at a daily rate, and so we have looked at how much things are going to cost, and that the differential, the 20%, we actually have some funds that Columbus School right now is in a competitive SIG grant, and that would help offset the costs on the district level.
Okay, Mr. Traver, hands up.
So you said the 650,000 would be 80, it would be 20% of the 650,000?
Correct, about 234,000.
No, that'd be 130,000.
For 20% of 650,000. That's how much?
130,000. Oh,
So
I see. The state would give 650, it would be, ours would be on top of that.
Okay, all right, I don't see any more debate. There's already a motion on the floor. It's been made by Ms. Bain, it's been seconded by Ms. Casimir. All in favor? Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? The ayes have it, motion passes unanimously. The next item, sorry, there's been one abstention, so okay, so there's been, the motion still carries, it's seven yes, 0 no's, 2 abstentions. Mr. Medina abstains and Mr. Traver abstains. All right, thank you so much. Have a good night. The last item on the agenda is discussion and possible action for the Transportation Department to propose a cost analysis for later high school start time. So, presenting on this action item. Don't leave me hanging on here. I get it, yep, this came out of your committee, Ms. Perez, so it's all on you.
Awesome. I can't do the ASMR thing, sorry. Transportation Department, okay. So, in committee we discussed, in the teaching and learning committees, in the year prior, there's a discussion on looking into later start time for high school students due to the benefits it might have for mental health and whatnot. So it was referred to the Instruction and Support Services Committee earlier this year, and we decided to break it down piece by piece to see if this is something we could feasibly do. Initially, I believe the Teaching and Learning Committee wanted to have this by the next school year, but that's just not feasible. And because there's a lot of moving pieces, we have to look in transportation, we have to look at the parents, surveys would be the next requirement. Yeah. this can affect, parents with, younger children as well, if we switch up the start times. Teachers, obviously, who know to work 7:30 to 2:30 versus, the 8:30 to 3:30. So this is just the first part. We're just looking to see a cost analysis for the high school start times in the transportation department. I'm gonna make a motion to approve, or motion to approve the transportation department to propose a cost analysis. High school start times.
The motion has been moved by Mr. Rez, it's been seconded by Mr. Traver, and we are now in debate. Okay. So, I'm going to change up the debate. So, all in favor? Okay, I can't count that, so we're just gonna do a good old roll call vote. Now, gotta turn it to the back. Recycle. Nay. Nay.
Yes. That's correct.
Okay, motion carries, okay. In the last time, the motion to adjourn, do I have that motion? Motion has been made by Ms. Chapman, it's been seconded by Ms. Perez, all in favor? Aye. Carried, motion has, the meeting has ended, the time is 11:39, thank you.